Greetings, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club. Got that funk here, and the usual gang of intellectual titans and/or intellectual Lilliputians, depending on which screen you're looking at. Lilliputians is what I put in the subtitle of the video because that's just the way I roll. So how are you guys doing? Everybody, I assume, had a decent celebration yesterday. Because that's just the way I roll. So how are you guys doing? Wow.
You can't call me one of the intellectual titans.
Okay.
Why not?
Oh, you guys didn't catch that? I had the stream going on my phone. Started.
I thought I heard an echo. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to assure Cat O the Wiser in the chat that is never going to happen, so you don't need to worry about that. Anyway, I don't know. The Breakfast Club is the Breakfast Club, and I have been criticized in the past that we are too cliquish on here, and that I should broaden the people that we get on, and it is definitely I know this is me trying to make myself sound better or whatever, but I mean I fucking have tried. I try. Every weekend I never invite less than a dozen people on the show, and I think the most we've ever had on at the time is like 9 or 8 or 9, something like that. So
by broaden, do you mean that we have no broads on the show? We need to invite more women.
Oh yeah. You minus 10 bucks. You have to. Oh, you owe $10 now, man. But we have to talk about that later.
Sausage fest.
Yeah. No. What was I going to say was no. I have invited other people, from different points of view many times, as well as some old favorites on YouTube. I've invited Edible Napalm every week for 2 months now, but I'm not even sure if he visits his Twitter often enough to see his invites. So. I just don't know. But that's just one example. And of course, we've been lucky enough to have Peter with us for a few times. And I think Zonstar is going to come back eventually. And I have it on good authority that maybe the True Puka will join us once in a while, but that hasn't happened yet. So we'll see.
I'd like to see Nathan show.
A lot of the people I just mentioned, we would be criticized for having too much of a lefty perspective. And I have invited other people on. I do try. So if you guys know anybody who, I used to invite Robert Wallace on, but he wouldn't come.
I do know
decided he hated me though. So
I do know a couple of conservative YouTubers. I haven't invited them onto this program because I didn't know that was something that anybody wanted. But I do follow a few conservative YouTubers who I have relatively friendly relationships with, so I'll reach out.
Feel free to reach out, and and you can, you don't need my permission to give them a link if you think they'd like to join the show. All right, okay. Because we can get up to 10 people on the screen, and as everybody here knows, when the more people we have on the screen, the harder it is to get a word in edgewise. So just keep it in mind that brevity is everybody's friend here. Okay. I'm not singling anybody out or looking in any particular direction. Anyway, so Kazoom, why don't you kick off the topics for tonight?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting that.
I know that's the best part. That's why it's a good idea. We talked about porn 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter what we talk about.
How about the people who are still think that something's going to happen on January 6th?
Something is going to happen on January 6th, but it's not what they think is going to happen. It's going to be Trump losing the election for the 25th time.
Let us hope.
Well, let's talk about what could happen, right? Because as I recall from the 2000 election, the House representatives, quite a few of them, Maxine Waters and others, for example, marched up and said, I object to the election being called this way because of this reason. And they needed one senator to go along with them, but no senators would because, back then democracy was still relatively functional. even though it wasn't, because the Supreme Court just gave away the election. So what am I saying, right? But bottom line is that back then the senators wouldn't go along with it, whereas now it's easy to assume that at least one Republican senator will go along with some of these. Are all 126 House representatives who signed the letter 3 weeks ago to challenge the Supreme Court in the result in the Supreme Court, are all of those people going to individually object? And if so, do they all have to have their own senator, or can they all have the same senator? And then what happens, I think, is it goes to a vote in the House and a vote in the Senate as to whether or not they accept the results of the Electoral College as certified, right? And this has never been tested, obviously, but it's impossible to imagine, to me anyway, that you can get both houses to get a majority to say, yeah, give it to Trump. I mean, you'll never get the House to do it. And the Senate, even though they technically have a Republican majority, I mean, does anybody know what the majority level has to be? I'm sure it's beyond a simple majority.
I'm not sure.
Not sure. It's never been done.
Yeah, it's never been done. But I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't just be a simple majority anyway, because, you know, things that need to be highly tested, the Constitution usually has like a 2/3 majority, or sometimes, like, to change the Constitution, I think you need 3/4 of the states, for example. So that's a pretty high bar.
It's a very fringe person who believes that Trump still has a chance. So fringe that when I'm running group therapy and I see over 100 people in a week, I do not run into anyone who utters this nonsense. It literally is like the fringe of the fringe, but they get the most airtime. They get shared around as memes. They get just spread around. Like, their voice right now is so heard. Like, we are focused on those, radicals.
And do you think
You can't find them in your own community? These are like sporadic people.
There's several friends that I have that are on the right, and they're spewing exactly that stuff. Every one of them are saying that, are claiming that the election election was stolen from Trump. They're literally pushing that, and I can't, and I can't get any, I can't reason with them. So I just sort of
because they're not depending on facts or truth or anything objective. Basically, they're proving Hitler right. If you tell the big lie and you tell it often enough, a lot of people will believe it. And people tend to believe what they want to believe. And a lot of these people want to believe Trump won. And the fact is, Trump did get 74 million votes, which is more than any sitting president in history. And all by itself, that makes them say, well, he should be the winner then, because no president's ever got that much. Yeah, but the other guy got 7 million votes more. So I don't understand the logic of saying, well, he got more votes than any other president, so there, checkmate. That's one I've heard on Twitter, and I just can't wrap my head around it. I saw another one on the TV a couple of weeks ago. This lady was saying, well, if everybody knows if you win both Florida and Ohio, you win the presidency. And I was like, no, there's fucking 48 other states. I mean, how stupid is that? Do you know what I mean? But Trump repeated it later on Twitter.
That's the media. I mean, every election, the media says, you can't get the presidency unless you get these two. Without Florida and Ohio, you don't have a path. There's no path. There's no path. There's no path. But obviously, there's 48 other states, so you don't need either one of them.
Well, I don't know anybody personally who actually believes this stuff, Kazum, but you're braver than I am. You move in different internet circles to me. I mean, hands up everybody who has Parler or has investigated Parler. I thought it would be the three of you as well. I would have been willing to bet a $5 on each of those. I have avoided it, not because I want to choose ignorance necessarily, but I just value my peace of mind and don't want to expose myself to something that I know will fucking wind me up, man. So
I'm on Minds and Gab as well.
Yeah, I figured Parler was just basically some other version of Minds, which I am on, but I never go there. I never go there or do anything because, well, it's boring and there's nothing there that interests me all that much. So I just figured Parler was like some other version of that, and there was no need to investigate it unless for some reason, it did something amazing. So, you know, I'm okay with being like subscriber number 500 million after it like actually becomes a real platform like Facebook or something. Like I don't feel like I have to be, you know, in the first 10,000 or something.
I've never even heard of that one. This is the first time hearing of it. And Parler, if I wanted to, to expose myself to that kind of nonsense, I would just call my brother.
Yeah, no, the fun thing about Parler is it is the most snowflake den you've ever seen. Like everything that the right accuses the left of, they're doing tenfold. It is the most gated ideological community you have ever seen, and it's sort of amazing. Like I kind of enjoy, just from a like unbelievable, there must be a word like schadenfreude for hypocrisy of this level, because it is like kind of glorious. It's kind of unbelievable how much somebody can spend 4 or 5 years talking about how, you know, facts don't care about your feelings, and then have like the most easily tripwires I've ever seen in my life. So that's kind of fun. But I'm really just an observer there. I don't really interact much. If you interact with anybody in your left wing, you will be banned. Like they will ban you so quick.
Really? So how do you get banned? I mean, does the website ban you, or can members ban you?
I think members report you or something, and if you get enough reports, you get banned. I'm not really
on Parler.
So, yeah,
on Parler. Oh
wow!
I'm just trying to wrap my head around. I'm just trying to wrap my head around a platform that was created because we didn't want to be banned from the Twitters and the whatevers, but we'll ban you if you don't. What?
Well, so far I've said a number of things there, but that are left wing, but I haven't been banned there. But maybe I've just been lucky. I don't know.
I haven't had enough Randy Doug for this.
I know a couple people who were banned mainly for talking about really insulting Trump's masculinity. Like that seemed to get him banned. So I don't know. I don't know what all the parameters are, but just the fact that you can be banned pretty easily, like way easier than Twitter. Way easier than Twitter.
Well, they have a problem. They say they'll ban people for making too many jokes about orifices in the human body, or if you swear too much, or things like that. People can get banned for stupid things like that. And Parler's layout is terrible. It's like they don't know really how to design a website. There's a scroller on the bottom for you to scroll left and right. That's there for no reason. And if you scroll it, just a little section of the web page will move like this, and it doesn't do anything else. And I'm like, guys, what are you doing? and then there's no way, if you click on notifications, there's no way to even find out the thread that they're replying to. You can't have a conversation on the platform. They make it impossible. And it's just like, this is a social media platform that you can't even have a conversation on. It's just about big right-wing personalities getting oh, I love you so much comments from all of their fans. That's what the website pretty much is.
Yeah, I mean, I've never used it. I've never been on it. I've never went to look at it or anything, and I don't really care. Everybody's entitled to a safe space. If that's their safe space, they can call it whatever they want. That's what it is. It's a safe space, and that's fine. They're entitled. That's good.
Well, I personally, I understand and respect. And I think probably the three people who've been on these websites all are coming from a point of view of, you want to know what the other side is saying. You want to be informed, right? You don't want to have an ignorant opinion. You want an informed opinion, right? I can fully respect it. I can fully dig that. But frankly, I my peace of mind, man, is too fucking valuable to me, and 2020 has taken enough of a toll.
I feel like though at some point, informed it doesn't come into play anymore, right? It is the same old tired arguments and objections going around and around and around. And so, at least for me, it's like I have no reason to go there and see the same. Like when you have something new, then I guess then it will be maybe interesting. But how many times do you have to have the same argument, right? Or hear the same insults or
And it's actually the same, regardless of the side of the political spectrum on the mainstream social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. Both sides of the political spectrum are doing exactly that, sister. Exactly, it's the same misinformation from their particular vantage point that they keep spewing against the other side, and it just goes back and forth in this endless, mindless circle. All these people are like saying that every single thing that has come out has been completely debunked. And that's not completely true. It just isn't completely true. It's mostly true, but isn't completely true. And that it was absolutely nothing happened. Well, that's not true either. There actually was some fraud in the election. Most of it was coming from the right, but it was there. I mean, we can't say, there was no fraud. No, there was. There was some. And the fact that there was some fraud should be concerning. Wasn't enough to change the outcome of the election, but we should be concerned about it. But we shouldn't walk around lying about it either, though. Like, it never happened. No, it happened.
Well, there shouldn't be lying about it on the other way as well, where they're saying there's thousands of cases of documented evidence and blah, 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 blah. Well, show us the fucking receipts, motherfucker, or shut the fuck up.
No, exactly. But that's what I'm saying, though, is both sides are doing it, and they're spreading misinformation, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. It's like, watching a tennis match. And it's exactly why I don't like tennis.
Something I think is funny is we used to view Pat Robertson of the 700 Club as being completely unhinged. And now he's the one saying that Trump is being ridiculous with trying to say that the election was rigged. He's Pat Robertson being a messenger of truth and actual facts more than a bunch of the others.
Well, I mean, Pat Robertson has always had a little bit longer view. He is a Republican or a GOP demagogue, and his concern is for the longevity and the structure of the party as in toto. And so not quite as easily manipulated by a Johnny-come-lately like Trump.
I don't completely disagree, Jack, but I disagree to a point. He is more concerned with the evangelical control of the right, of the Republican right, the GOP, than the party itself. I mean, this is a guy that in 1985 wanted to disbar Congress. So, I mean, as far as the political structures, he doesn't care. What he cares about who's in control of the political structures.
Do you suppose people that say things like that actually mean those things, or their job is just being a sensationalist, and therefore they just say crazy crap because that's what gets them, their views and their donations?
Rush Limbaugh. I mean, yes, very well could be. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's Limbaugh, actually. I think Limbaugh is one, I think of the GOP as operators and tools. And, Rush Limbaugh is an operator. Tucker Carlson's an operator. Tim Pool is a tool.
I'm sorry, dude. Tucker Carlson is a fucking tool.
No, I think Tucker Carlson at least thinks of himself as being this mastermind behind the party, and there's the people who get used by the masterminds and the people who are the masterminds. And, Rush Limbaugh has a long enough history with, the John Birch Society, and then, Frank Luntz, and, crafting language and all those kind of things that have really made Limbaugh particularly a guy who, I think he does see the long view. I think he does care about the party. And there's an interesting clip of Limbaugh talking to an upset fan who calls in and says and really begins crying, talking about how Trump losing is this really terrible thing, and none of the Republican Party is helping the people who love Trump. And you can see this conflict going on for Limbaugh. He's realizing in that moment that this tiger that he thought he had under control with the, first with the evangelicals, then the Tea Party, and now the Trump wing of the Republican Party, this tiger that he thought he had on a leash is off the leash and it's eating the party. And he doesn't know how to respond to this guy. And he like tries 3 or 4 different tacks and is ultimately unsuccessful in all ways. And I don't know how many GOP or Republican sort of like foot soldiers have kind of noticed how this clip shows 2 different sides. Like Rush Limbaugh, the guy who's got the wheels turning and trying to figure out how to use this for his advantage, and Rush Limbaugh, the guy who is trying to be the radio personality that is, the generator of conflict that's normally good for him, normally good for the GOP, but now really coming back to bite him.
Well, I mean, there's kind of this, what I think is kind of obvious, way back after the fairness doctrine was pretty much done away with, when Limbaugh and others like him are really molding and crafting the party, where they would say completely ridiculous, outlandish things, understanding that nobody was really taking them seriously as far as they were being honest and real. But at the same time, they were putting pressure on the people in the party they needed to or wanted to in order to affect policy, in order to
shifting the Overton window over.
And they're shifting the window. And you keep doing that, and you keep doing that, and you keep doing that, and the stories you tell become more and more ridiculous. And the things that you say about the other side become more and more unhinged. And people start believing it. And then you have, Fox News was born, and then Alex Jones was spawned, and he lost control of that tiger a long time ago. A long time ago, because that entire media culture just took on a whole life of its own. There's not one of them that can put a stop to it. Not one of them.
Yeah, we're seeing like OAN and Newsmax are now the standard, and Fox is too left wing. And now we even see, like, this is one of the benefits of going on Parler. You see people on Parler complaining that Newsmax acknowledged that Biden won the election, or not that he won the election, but that the electors have voted that Biden won the election. Like, not even putting an opinion on it, but just reporting reality.
And I think some of those people don't believe it also. Like, some of them are like, they're wagging the dog also, some of them. But a lot of them, many of them believe it. And they're getting more and more detached from reality. And it's not going to be long before, like, OAN is going to be, not enough either. I mean, it's, pretty soon you're going to have, like, fascist news media channels, where it's just, like, all fascist all the time,
That has all the characteristics of addiction. Don't you think so, Michael? I mean, you can't get enough. You want more and more extreme versions of this fix that you've got going on, this search for the truth that you can't seem to find. You know what I mean?
I'd agree, and I'd say that the way that our media is fed back to us by the marketing of the algorithm tends to add to that. If you watch something extreme, you're going to be presented with something more extreme in the suggestions box right next to you, and as somebody progresses from low-level stimulants to meth, same way with your media. If you start consuming a little bit radical media, you're going to get presented with more opportunities for more radical stuff.
So you're saying stay off the monster drinks, stay off the Red Bull, because that way,
Yeah. At a certain point, coffee just doesn't do it for you.
Right.
Something I find fascinating is how it seems like the Republican Party, or I should just say the right wing, is going to fracture after January. And I've already been seeing, like, at some of the rallies and stuff, people saying, literally a bunch of right wingers chanting, I think it was "down with the GOP, down with the GOP." I mean, they're literally. I've never seen the right wing in such disarray, but they don't want to admit that they're in disarray. They want to claim that they're stronger than ever. It's just like, no, you guys are fracturing. You're completely fracturing.
I think it's important to point out, though, that's not new. Like, it started about 12 years ago. The meltdown in the right wing, in the Republican Party, the GOP, just the political right, that meltdown started 12 years ago. When Obama was elected. That's when you saw the rise of the Tea Party. And that's when the party started to split. You had the Tea Party and you had the establishment. And they could get along, and then there's a whole bunch of Tea Partiers that were, ushered into office 4 years later. And everything was dandy, even though they did everything they could to stop everything. But the party still functioned. The last couple of years, the party has stopped functioning as a viable party.
I just wanted to add to that for certainly the last 10 years, the Tea Partiers especially, but also in a lesser degree, or to lesser degrees, I suppose, the broader GOP, part of their goal is to make government not function. It's not just that the party doesn't function. They don't want government to work because they don't believe in government in the first place.
Yeah, they want to break.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying they want to break it so then they can say it doesn't work, so then they can drop that program, whatever it happens to be.
I would say that's still the Tea Party, though. I would say that the establishment still wants to govern and still can govern, but they are forced, just like now the Trumpers force the establishment and some Tea Party folks to do certain things, because if they don't, there's going to be retribution. The Tea Party showed that they could control the entire party, drag the establishment along, kicking and screaming.
For me, I was thinking before the election, I was thinking that this mythology of Trump having this massive army of dedicated followers was more of a myth than reality. But then 74 million votes can't be ignored. And it, like you said last week, Rob, I cannot comfortably contend with the possibility that all those people are bigots. And therefore, that speaks to a much broader problem, or does it? Are they all bigots? I mean, I'm not qualified to know the answer to that question, but God, I hope not.
Couldn't be. I mean, I cannot believe that. I cannot. And maybe I put way too much faith in my my fellow countrymen. I just can't believe that 74 million people, think Trump is great and they love Trump and they're all with Trump and I can't. I just can't. I just don't buy it.
But they got the votes, 74 million. I mean, like I said, I'm glad the other guy got almost 82 million votes. That's great.
Yeah, but I mean, we already know that 80 something million people that voted for Biden. A whole bunch of them have very little use for Biden. They only voted for Biden because they didn't want Trump. So
right.
There's a certain number of people that voted for Trump the same way. So I mean, as much as that alone sucks, it still gives me some hope that these people aren't completely bigoted assholes.
Yeah. I think that, I mean, I'm going to just sound like a broken record here, but it's material conditions. If you abandon people for as long as America has abandoned, 20 to 30% of our population, for one thing, like, civilized society is possible because of stability. The less stable a society becomes, the less civilized that society can stay. And those are things that are both, they feed into each other in a positive feedback loop. If you build more civility or you build a more stable society, you get more civility. We see this with the Nordic countries, where you can have a country where everybody cares if there's litter in the street, because also everybody knows that they're not going to become homeless and they're not going to starve in the street. And the more you abandon people, the more you find that the fabric of society begins to kind of dismantle, and that directly leads to tribalism between groups that feel like their very survival is at odds with everybody else. So it becomes pretty easy to tell you it's the immigrants, it's the black people, it's the welfare mothers driving Cadillacs, and all the various narratives that the GOP has used for 40 years now, 35, 40 years. Those things build up a group of people, partly because they're easily manipulated by this. So it's good electorally, or has been for the GOP. So it's not that they're racist in the sense that, like, none of them were born racist, but they're feeling the anxiety of their material conditions, and they're looking for people to blame, and it's really easy to tell them because they're not really thinking straight. That doesn't mean these are terrible people who all need to be thrown out. It just means we need a better society that allows them enough ease and elbow room to feel like they're not under constant threat.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't know. See, I have mixed feelings about it, because on the one hand, y'all know me. I'm all peace, love, and understanding. Let's all get along, you know? I'm more than happy to hug trees. I mean, fine. But at the same time, like I said last week or the week before, I mean, I don't see any reason to make peace with fucking fascists. I don't see any reason to accommodate points of view which are literally dangerous to the survival of our fucking civilization. So I don't want to make nice with people who would rather see me fucking gone, you know?
Well, one of the problems is a lot of these people don't view themselves as fascists. People pushing fascist views, they won't even accept the label. They're like, you're being ridiculous. And you try to show them that, no, you're not really being that ridiculous. They won't listen. They don't accept that they're pushing fascism in any way.
Well, of course not. I mean, it's like a lot of socialists, or a lot of people who believe in a lot of socialist ideas. We get really upset if you call them a socialist. There are words that have a lot of baggage attached to them, whether it belongs there or not. I think in the case of fascism, the baggage is well earned. But I mean, there's a lot of words that just have some baggage, and people that word may describe these people to a T. But because of the baggage, they're like, that's not me. There's no way that's me. That's other people that are just like me, but not me.
We have to figure out some way, I mean, to let some of these people know what they're being like while avoiding that wording.
Oh my God. Tommy, really? Tommy. No, you don't believe that. I know you don't believe that. Just say right now that you don't believe that.
Are you about to take his friendship card and tear a corner off?
Well, while we're in this pause, I think to answer Paul, there's sort of a two-pronged approach. Paul, you don't have to be the guy who talks to fascists and tries to make common cause, but somebody does have to do that. That does have to be a part of the strategy. The other part of the strategy is to do everything you can to make material conditions for everybody better, because that will also improve the lives of fascists. And guess what? People tend to be less fashy when their material conditions are. It's really important that people be able to pay their rent. You're on mute, Rob.
That might be on purpose. I don't know.
So I've talked about him before. I'm a big fan of Daryl Davis. Daryl Davis is a black guy who goes and talks to Nazis, literal neo-Nazis at rallies, talks to fascists, befriends them spends, you know, a long time. It's a difficult, challenging, really, you know, you have to be a certain kind of person to be able to do this. But he spends enough time with these people that they are de-radicalized, deconverted, and now he's got a closet full of, you know, ex-Klansmen's robes that he's collected over the years that they've handed over to him as they moved out of that ideology. So here's a guy who it is the tough path. It is the most Zen Buddhist thing you can do, but it is absolutely the most effective way to transform.
I agree with that in principle, Jack. I mean, and you know, the other three guys on screen at the moment, we were here long enough on YouTube to know back in the day when I first started my YouTube channel, one of my main things was trying to deprogram homophobes because, again, it's just I just have absolutely no patience or understanding of tolerance for homophobia or racism or homelessness. Those are my three issues, man. And I really don't get people who are okay with any of it. But fascism for me personally, like I say, homophobia, I can kind of forgive people because I was raised in my society as well, and I had to overcome my thing. And I think that I like, you know, I basically once you pierce dicks for fucking 10 years, you're not homophobic anymore. You know what I mean? You're just not. So, and I wasn't before that. But anyway, my whole point is that for me, it was a journey. I started off definitely as a homophobic country hick, right? And I know that if I could deprogram myself, and I know for a fact I've helped deprogram friends of mine who didn't really want to be homophobe, but they don't really realize all the secret things that they think and say that come out as homophobic. So I hear what you're saying, and I've done that thing, but on a different level. But for me, fascism, it's easier for me because homophobia only really affects me when people mistake me for being gay, you know, and they're bigoted against me thinking that I'm gay. And I've had that because I wear my rainbow jacket a lot, for example. You know, I used to get it even in London sometimes, which is kind of shocking. But anyway, so I'm acquainted with it, but at the same time, it's not something I have to live under. Fascism, you have to live under it if it wins. And I can't understand why anybody would be okay with basically taking away not just other people's rights, but our entire way of life, which we've been bragging about for my whole entire lifetime. We thought we had the greatest way of life in the world. And why do we want to throw that away? I just don't understand.
Yeah. Well, it's really simple. If your life is really awful, there's a couple things that are going on. The first thing is not everybody wants to be an engaged member of a democracy. Lots of people feel like they'd prefer somebody else to be their leader. And, you know, I have to say this does tend toward the religious. The people who are already in a circumstance, whether they were born into it or they have sort of, you know, the mental preconditions to put them there, they already follow a pastor and believe everything that pastor tells them. They're already conditioned in this idea that, you know, God is a king. He's not a president. You don't vote for a God. And therefore, and you're supposed to give your fealty and your loyalty to this king. So they already have this monarchist mentality, and that's the starting point. So you do have to kind of get into that and understand why somebody believes that they don't want to make decisions. They don't want to be in a position of responsibility, and it is a dislike of having responsibility that is one of the most fundamental principles of fascism. Is let other people make those decisions for me. I'll go ahead because they know what's better and they'll make a better world for me. That's
so.
second.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
No, real quick. Second part is the material conditions. Anytime, and I talk about this with the left all the time too. The people who voted for Biden and think, you know, black people living in a terrible neighborhood in Oakland ought to be happy that Biden won instead of Trump. And it's like, No, if my conditions are awful either way, doesn't matter who's in charge, then all I want is the person who promises me better conditions. And that's the other part of fascism, is the leader who promises to make things better for that person. Go ahead.
Well, so two things. I'm just gonna reply to Tommy really fast. Tommy from the Bronx. Nobody said anything, but regardless of whether or not your black friend said it, being black doesn't mean that you are impervious to being racist. You can actually still be racist against your own kind. Doesn't matter. I mean, so that's
and just saying that your black friend
yeah, like
either
that,
said it was okay or told you to say it or said it isn't really a pass, because I can call Peach in here right now and she'll tell you how much you're full of shit for doing that. So
it's just like saying that I have a wife and daughters doesn't mean that you're not a chauvinist pig, right? That so being black doesn't mean that you're not necessarily racist.
My good friend Jesse Lee Peterson.
So
who knows who that is got to be laughing.
And then, so with regards to what you were saying, though, I actually don't think it's true that what you're describing, the phenomenon you're describing, and I don't even know that it's a phenomenon. I think it's actually most of society all the time wants to be led. It is the fewer portion of society that wants to take on the roles and responsibilities of leadership. It's just a matter of what people perceive or call leaders. So I would say that what we call conservative or the right is more like what you are describing, that it's a person, right? They look at leadership as a person to manage the things. And the left tends to look at leadership as I guess a machine. So governments, the machina, like, if you know what I mean, right? Like they expect that these systems that are put in place to govern society do that job, and that those systems take care of them, right? That well-oiled machine works as it should, and that is the leader, right? That is what sets the precedent in like all things. I would say, even though I don't think some of those things are super consciously acknowledged, right? I do still think that machine or that entity, which might be, say, a single person with their trickle down, their cabinet or however you want to call it, right? They still set all kinds of precedent, all the way from, all the way from social precedent to legal, what should be legal and what shouldn't, law, not actually. I know that those people don't actually make law, but like they make the ideas of what should become law, how things should operate, how people in society should behave, what are socially acceptable. So here's a good example of what I'm trying to say. Everybody knows at this point in time, after, I don't know, 10 years of Facebook or whatever, that it is inappropriate to watch the movie and then go right onto Facebook and put spoilers in your thing without either putting a big blank so that people don't see them accidentally, right? Or by posting, but without actually talking about spoiler things, right? Everybody knows that. There is no law for this, there's no whatever, but it has become a social thing, right? That is so widely accepted as to kind of be the precedent of how to behave, right? And I think that gets set by a prevailing social philosophy, and then it gets supported, by businesses that pick it up and engage in those practices. And this is what we describe, right? When those businesses pick it up and we just see, Nike doing something on Twitter or whatever, that's how these things then begin to become this unspoken governance, if that makes any sense. And I think that that is kind of one of the layers that left-right people take as being the machine that should be governing, if that makes any sense what I'm saying. I don't know if it does.
Sorry, I missed a lot of that. My Wi-Fi kind of cut out. But I do agree with you that from what I heard, that we create our sort of social mores and those govern the way we operate. That's
Yeah,
not a leftist thing alone. That is humans
right.
on both sides. But there is a big difference between the way the left views individual humans, and we've when Joe was on here, we've talked about before how like in rioting situations or situations of violence, you can see a very clear difference. The right wing tends to attack individual human beings, for assassination or beat up. The left tends to attack institutions, like blowing up, for instance, logging trucks or bulldozers or something like that. That the left attacks structure and believes in structure, and the right believes in individual humans. And you can see this in all of the Trump memeing with like the God Emperor Trump, kind of like King Trump, big man stuff that the right does is not facetious. They're not joking, even if it's sort of presented in this jokey format. It's
Well, so I just want to say one of the most successful lies that's been perpetrated in my adult lifetime is this idea that those two things are mutually exclusive. That being for individual liberty is somehow incongruous with being for cooperation and making efforts on behalf of the whole community and society. Those things don't have to be in conflict.
Yeah,
They don't have to be, but it depends on how you
yeah.
It depends on how you define individual liberty. It depends on how you define freedom. And for a lot of people, for a disturbing number of people, they view freedom as an absolute freedom. Like, no one can tell me to do anything, and that I interact with the system and with the government by my will, because in my generosity, I interact with the government and my community, not because there's a responsibility, just my generosity, and I have freedom to not to.
Well, and that's the thing, and I've mentioned before why I think libertarians are generally, right-wing libertarians are generally full of crap, because if you look at their principles would actually include a certain level of responsibility, because again, I'll go back to the principle of non-aggression. The whole basically my right to swing my arm ends at your nose. Well, that right includes the idea that I have an obligation to prevent my fist from hitting you in the nose. But when in practice, they don't actually believe that. They think they have this absolute right to do whatever the fuck they want, regardless of whether they hit other people in the nose. And that's
freedom.
A very great example of that is the mask thing. I mean, wearing a mask is the slightest of impositions, but people insist they have the absolute right to go around and spread germs wherever they want, because no one's going to tell me to wear a piece of cloth over my face, regardless of the fact that that's a small imposition versus the potential imposition of killing other people and spreading a disease that even if the person I give it to directly doesn't die, they may give it to someone else who will then die. So it's a complete. They completely ignore any responsibility for the consequences of their actions. And like Jack, I saw you're talking about what the things I've said, and the left attacks institutions and property. And now that's the thing to the right wing, particularly the libertarians, property is like, that's their number one thing. That's why they hate taxes, because to them it's an assault on their property.
Yeah, the original text for the Declaration of Independence said in pursuit of life, liberty, and property, but it was decided to be changed to the pursuit of happiness, precisely because not everybody could have property, and they didn't want to institutionalize the inequality that would definitely exist in society. But I actually think, just I know I'm romantic about it, but I actually think life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is the best way it could have been put.
Yeah. Well, right, that's right, because for a lot of people also, property isn't necessarily their source of happiness. I know as I've gotten older and acquired a lot of property, and I'm kind of like, what am I going to do with all this shit? It's not. I'm reaching a point where I have the luxury of being at the point where, more is not going to enhance my station in life in any way, in any meaningful way.
I'd like to steer the conversation in a slightly different direction. I'm going to bring a comment up by Deep Ash right here, because this is a phrase I'm interested in exploring with the group. Willful ignorance is 90% of it. I'm not actually sure what that was pertaining to in terms of what we were talking about when he said it, but the term willful ignorance is something I want to ask everybody to opine on, because once upon a time, maybe 15 years ago, when I used to, my social media was LiveJournal back then, and someone said someone's political actions were stupid, and I said they're not being stupid, they're being willfully ignorant, and they said being willfully ignorant is stupid. Is there a difference between ignorance and stupidity? Go.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, the ignorance as a word is different than stupidity, in that ignorance is the not knowing of something. The willful ignorance means that you are purposefully staying in the state of unknowing. Stupid would imply a person's actual ability to comprehend something, whether or not they are aware of the information, right? So we're actually making a comment as to their intelligence when we say stupid, and a comment on their knowledge when we say the word ignorant. And it's funny because I saw that comment, and I'm like, I'm not actually sure willful ignorance is 90% of it, because I think that Occam's razor covers it when it says don't assign malice where stupidity will suffice, right? Like, calling somebody willfully ignorant, it implies that there is a level of machination there that I'm not sure I would ascribe to 90% of people, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a far lower percentage.
Well, I think that's a good distinction between the two. I think it's probably 90% maybe definitely overstated, but I think that there's definitely a part of it, and how you can always tell is when people knowingly lie, and knowingly lie is kind of a tautology, because obviously if to be a lie, you have to kind of know what you're saying isn't true.
Right.
But when for instance, when the Trump administration and their departments are basically hiding climate change information, health information, and gun violence information. The reason why they're doing that, it's not because they thought the information was false, because they would say that, we're removing this information because it's factually incorrect and we're going to scrub it and do all that. No, they're hiding information they know is true, but because it destroys their narratives, and that's there's a certain level of malicious willful ignorance there, because it's like, because you wouldn't hide information if you thought it didn't hurt your case at the very least, but if you know your case is weak, and so you want to hide the evidence that says, and so that's really screwed up, because you think about it. I mean, most of the time, whatever we do, whether we do the right thing or the wrong thing, we think we're right at the time, and we just be in error. But to actually make decisions that are wrong, there's something pathological there. So how many times, like with trickle down? I mean, Kansas is a great example. Kansas, they had to basically carte blanche to do everything that the trickle downers have always wanted to do, and it was unmitigated disaster to the point where even the Republican legislature had to undo a lot of stuff because they realized, oh my God, this is a fucking disaster. They didn't keep pushing it; they stopped. But yet, there's still people, even in Kansas, who will deny that was the case, even though that is demonstrably the case, and even some of their fellow Republicans said so. And they'll still push, trickle down, even though it was an abject failure. It's never ever worked because it can't work.
Right.
So at that point, that's definitely, I would definitely call that willful ignorance. You're so invested in the belief that even though at some level it's false, you have to protect it.
Well, that circles back around to what we were talking about before you got here, Joe. And that's about how some of these Trumpsters are in complete denial. And as Zoom was pointing out, there's literally tens of millions of them who believe that the election was fraudulently stolen by Joe Biden. And just the fact that these people are factually incorrect almost doesn't matter to the fact that how badly they believe they're right. Yeah. Because that in itself is problematic and is going to be make it very difficult for governance going forward.
Well, and to that point, what I saw a couple weeks ago, it was when all these cases were getting thrown out, and I saw somebody arguing that, well, if the judges are preventing us from having the cases, which wasn't true because they were having the cases, they were hearing it and then throwing it out. But their whole mindset was that, well, we need the court case to find the evidence that we're right. And like, well, no, that's not how courts work. You find the evidence and then you go to court. You don't have a court case to discover the evidence. That's not what, I mean, you may go to court to get a warrant or something like that, but you don't have a trial and sue somebody to locate evidence that you think may be there, that you already admit you can't find.
So, Joe, since you're a late arrival, I want to put this question to you because you missed this part of the conversation. But so they're planning to do their big reveal in the Senate, confirmation of the electoral vote on the 6th of January.
Right,
is the day after the vote in Georgia, which is a happy coincidence, I guess, and we don't really know how that's going to go. But bottom line is, insofar as what's supposed to happen on the 6th of January, it almost doesn't matter what happens on the 5th in Georgia. But I mean, how do you see it playing out?
Well, there's going to be Tommy Tuberville, I think it was, is going to put forth an objection. McConnell has already told the senators, ain't happening. I think what will happen is that there will be some Republican senators will make a scene. They will basically be disorderly and try to disrupt the proceedings and really make a hash of it. And it's all for show. It's all for their base. But I think it's going to get unruly.
Well, when you say it's all for show, I mean, generally speaking, a show is put on to make money, right? But whether or not money definitely has some kind of purpose, this show. What's the end game for the show?
Because it stokes their base to give campaign contributions and to support them and go out there and be crazy. So yeah, there's definitely something in it for them to shore up their support. And then they can look like, oh, I was the fighter, and that's a campaign ad. They can, because to their batty supporters, them going out there and making a hash of the Senate that's strength. And they can make cash on that, and it's sad and disgusting that that's the case, but they absolutely can benefit from it.
I think these people.
It's an attempt to recapture Tiger's leash.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear either one of you. Could you?
That it's an attempt to recapture the Tiger's leash.
Yeah, and 2 years into Biden's administration, we actually may see a backlash against the left. And the right is going to be going into that midterm election with full coffers. So yeah. I mean, this could very well. Everybody's like celebrating Trump leaving, as they should. But we might only have 2 years of even a small ability to do something. Yeah. It could all go down the shitter in 2 years.
I'm hopeful. My feeling about Georgia is it's going to break. It's going to split. That's my feeling that the Democrats are going to win one of them and lose the other. I used to be fairly confident that Warnock would win and Ossoff would lose. Now I'm not sure, but I'm fairly certain one of them is going to win. Just I don't think both of them are going to win, unfortunately. I mean, it'd be awesome if they do. because that short circuits a lot of things and all that. But I just the Democrats just have this incredible ability to to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, well, and speaking of that, the really important thing that Biden can do in the first 2 years of his administration is stuff that will genuinely, actively impact the lives of constituents. And that's exactly what he's not going to do. He's already telling Republicans, I'll never embarrass you in public. He's already being the guy who wants wants everybody on the right to know that he's not going to change anything very drastic. And that means for his own base, the people who will turn out for him or for, progressive policies in the midterm elections, if they're not given any reason to, you've got another depressed turnout, which, to Rob's point, is really bad for progressive.
I think people put too much value. I don't know if value is the right word or not. Too much value on Biden saying things like not much is going to change, or that he's not planning on changing a whole lot. He's not Congress. That's not his responsibility. That's Congress. So, I mean, the weight, and at least the first 2 years of his term, all of our weight should be on Congress. When it gets to his desk, then there's got to be basically a very public statement of, you need to sign that. We put that there. You need to sign it. I think that's the only way we're going to see anything substantial out of the Biden administration.
And I will say, and as I said before, I think there's zero chance that Biden would veto a bill put forward by Democrats.
Yeah. And this is why I'm personally very much for the force the vote movement that's going on right now, getting Medicare for all on the table now before we get too far into Biden's first 2 years, before we get anywhere near the midterm election, and people can see actual honest work on the things that affect their lives. Because if he doesn't do that, Rob's right. The Democrats are going to take a whooping.
Now, see, here's one thing. Well, and that they often do. I mean, usually the party in power very often loses ground. It's very rare for the in power party to gain seats.
Except under FDR.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, well, look what you're saying. Long before any of us or our parents were born, this is what happened. But the thing is, also, I mean, I'm looking at, for the most part, I find Biden's picks to be pretty good. One thing that you guys probably, or most of you probably watch Bo of the Fifth Column.
Yeah.
And one of the things that he had pointed out, on foreign policy. So the guy who's technically in charge of the foreign policy, he's kind of a milquetoast. I think most progressives will probably find him milquetoast. However, the team underneath him is fairly progressive, and so basically, Justin's point was that if that person at the top is a clearinghouse for the ideas underneath, then we could end up with actually reasonably progressive policies. And so that's the important part. You got to remember too. Biden's got a few things. One is to get some policy things done, but the other is to restore sanity and literally the proper function of government back to its place. And so that's part of why some of his picks are purely functionary. Like, hey, let's get somebody who's an adult who knows where the bathroom is and will actually
somebody who knows where the light switches are.
Yeah, exactly where the light switches are. And isn't looking to literally let's find ways to dismantle the department I'm in charge of. And that's the thing that makes me feel better is that there are people within, because really when it comes right down to it, the people at the top really only set broad policy. It's the people down the bottom that do all the work. And so if the people that are gathering the information and making the recommendations are progressive, what ends up happening is the person at the top is choosing between, well, this progressive approach and that progressive approach. And some approaches may be more progressive than others and a little bit less than others. But I think that, I think overall, the team when you look at the team in the entirety, I'm encouraged.
What gets me is, just a second, Jack. What really gets me is I foresee, and I hope I'm wrong, I pray I'm wrong, but I foresee way too much efforts at bipartisanship, right? Because they're trying to heal the divide and all this kind of bullshit. And whilst that sounds great on paper and, whatever, I don't see any point in reaching out to people whose only purpose is to gaslight you and sabotage you.
Especially McConnell. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it really going to come down to whether or not what he's saying now are the political things that he feels are necessary to say in the moment, which I think are good things to say in the moment, whether you mean them or not. And what actually happens later is, like we can look at, we've talked many times before about Obama, that Obama tried so hard to be bipartisan, and all it ever did was get his hand slapped. He reached out and he kept getting slapped away. So the question is, will Biden be more astute than Obama was in saying, okay, I'd like to bring you guys along, but if you're not going to come along, we're going to go off and get things done anyway. And it's going to depend in part on what happens on January 5th. I mean, if the Republicans still have the majority in the Senate, then even if Biden had an epiphany and turned into the most leftist person we could possibly think of, you're still not going to get a super leftist agenda simply because it will not get out of the Senate. It won't even get a vote. And so the question is, do you, and we've talked before about the possible versus the good, the perfect. If getting a regressive agenda out of the Senate is literally impossible because McConnell will never allow that, do you at least get some progress wherever possible?
Does anybody here know if there's any remedy for the Senate itself to eject the majority leader if the majority leader has been showing to not take the interests of the country at heart? Like,
Nope.
for example, the Senate is mostly meant to be a legislative body, but they spent most of the past 4 years confirming judges, which is partly their job, sure, but not at the expense of legislation, and it clearly has been.
No, well, there is nothing in place because when you're talking about removing an elected official, it really would have to happen at the state level. I mean, you can eject somebody for criminal activity and gross violations of the Senate ethics, but of course the rules committee is controlled by Republicans. So because they've already proven they have no integrity, they're never going to vote to gig him on an ethics violation, no matter what. Again, he could rape a baby on the floor of the Senate, and they still wouldn't vote to gig him. So there's literally nothing in place. Unfortunately, what we're finding now is that for all our checks and balances, our system has not as many checks and balances as we believed. And Rob said last week how so much of it really was based on when the founders created this, they assumed that at some level the people there had the interest of the country at heart.
It's an honest John box.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean any system can be no matter how watertight you might make it on paper, any system can be subverted or contravened if the will exists to do it. And that's what we've learned over the past few years.
Well, the problem is, I mean, he's doing this within the bounds of the Senate rules and the law. So
I just looked it up, which is pretty much confirming what Joe said. Simply put, a majority leader cannot be forced to allow a vote. They can technically be removed from their position, but it has never happened before, and it would require that the party vote out their own representative.
Oh, wow. So in the GOP doesn't sound likely.
No. Yeah, that's why the most important thing that can happen right now is the Democrats finding some way to win both seats in Georgia. And I'll tell you this, and I've said this before: if the Democrats take the Senate, Mitch McConnell will retire before the end of the year, before the end of 2021, because there's zero chance he's going to want to stay in the minority, especially at his age. He's 78.
Well, what's he got going on anyway? Like that would be go out on a high note.
Right. So there's no way he's going to stay in. He's going to want to be in the minority, especially after what's happened. Because here's the thing: I would bet with some of the Trump's dirty pool, that Mitch is knee deep in it. And if the Democrats control the ethics committee, I think at least some of them will spoil to go after him. But if he retires, it's kind of this unwritten thing that, if somebody retires, then we don't follow up on the accountability side, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's way too much of that in American history. And I think it was last year, the finance minister of South Korea got busted for corruption, and she got sent to jail. And I remember thinking at the time, I'm like, well, that's never going to happen to an American politician. And just the fact that I can think that as an automatic duh is awful. It shows how badly corrupt we are.
Yeah. In fact, the last few members of Congress that I could think of that actually went to jail, both Democrats, were Henry Jefferson and Dan Rostenkowski. I mean, Dennis Hastert did, but that was completely that was for raping children and nothing to do with anything is the bullshit he did in Congress.
So what do you guys think about the latest round of pardons?
I don't, because I knew he was going to do all this shit. In fact, I know it's going to get worse. So I'm kind of like, the only one I'm really concerned about is he's going to try to pardon himself, I think, at some point. And that's something we'll have to challenge, even because it's not strictly in the law. The general feeling by most legal scholars, although not all, is that the president cannot pardon himself. But it's never until it's challenged in court. There isn't,
Here's the thing about that. Just a second. No, I got to say, the thing about that is because Biden might be inclined to let Trump go without a fuss because he doesn't want his presidency to be consumed with all Trump bullshit. He wants to get shit done. So he might let it go. But if Trump pardons himself, it will have to be tested. It will have to be. Because if it's not, then the precedent has been set forever that the president is above the law.
So in order to be pardoned, don't you have to actually have been convicted of the crime first? How can you be pardoned of something you haven't been shown to commit?
You can be pardoned. Basically, like Nixon wasn't convicted of anything. He was impeached in the House, but he wasn't convicted of anything. And Ford pardoned him of any crimes known or unknown
that he may have committed during his presidency. So yeah. And that was a horrible precedent. And I think there's others as well. But I mean, Nixon is the most obviously valuable one because he was president. So,
right.
I reject the idea that, and I know Biden obviously doesn't agree with me, but I reject the idea that the Biden presidency would be consumed by investigations into Trump and all things justice related to Trump. It has nothing to do with the president. I mean, it's like, the Justice Department has a job, and the president is not supposed to interfere. So if there's going to be charges against Trump, if there's going to be investigations, it has nothing to do with Biden or his cabinet.
But you can't do anything as president if you can't have some influence, if not control, over the national narrative in the media. And I think what Biden's concerned about is that we'll consume the media, and he won't get any attention to the things that he needs to get done.
But the media is going to be consumed anyway.
I agree.
And actually, what I've seen Biden say, maybe he said something else elsewhere, but that it wasn't that he wasn't going to do it. He was basically saying that he personally was going to stay out of it, and that's something for the Justice Department to decide. So that leaves it open.
Well, do you think media would be nearly as hard on Biden as they have been Trump?
Sure.
I'm not sure the media has been hard on Trump. I think the media has been kissing his ass and tickling his balls for 5 years now.
Yeah, basically.
What?
I have not heard until 6 months ago, I did not once hear any of the mainstream media sources refer to any of the bullshit that Trump said as a lie. And recently they started calling what he said lies. But that's fairly recent development.
Trump got easily tens of millions of dollars of free advertising on all of the news channels that gave him free airtime before he was elected the first time. Every time he opened his mouth about anything, they put him on the air. He called in, whatever it took. The media gave him tons of free coverage. He was on every hour.
Yeah, what about since his presidency? I mean, the media is constantly, almost all you hear, if you turn on mainstream news, almost all you hear are people saying negative things about Trump. I mean, it's constant. It's a constant barrage.
No, they're not saying negative things. They're saying true things.
I agree. I agree. I agree. But do you think
that's not the media giving Trump a hard time? That's media reporting the facts. If it happens to be negative, Trump and his supporters are going to say, "Look, they're giving him a hard time." They're not giving him a hard time. They're being honest. I mean, I'm not now. Don't get me wrong.
Those things can be both at the same time.
I'm not saying that the media is always extremely honest and blah, 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 blah. I mean, they're crooked as hell, too, and they're part of the problem. But it's not like they're attacking him for no reason. I mean, they're reporting the facts.
Well, media, they haven't. I agree with when people, when I think Got That Funk and Serious Mind, I believe, were saying that they don't get after him enough. Well, the problem is they go after Trump for things that most of the time don't really matter, and don't attack him for the things that do matter.
I agree with that, because I think since I moved here, I've watched MSNBC, which is not something I was able to do when I lived in the UK. And I found it educational and highly frustrating watching MSNBC, because it's supposed to be a sort of pro-lefty alternative, I guess, to Fox or whatever. And almost every single day, I scream at the television because of the fucking framing that the way they frame issues is infuriating to me as a lefty. And as an anti-Trump guy, the way that they actually promote Trump in the name of criticizing Trump.
What source is this?
I'm sorry, if I could fix that section tomorrow if I was the fucking editor, right? Because they promote Trump in the name of criticizing him.
Well, I mean, here's the I had a thought. Yeah, keep talking. I'll get it again.
Come on, Joe, spit it out. Come
on. Well, the thing is that, but it's not just the media doing that though, because think about the Twitterverse, and this is another reason why I stay off of fucking Twitter. Okay, so Trump tweets some, racist bullshit. Okay, I hate racist bullshit too. But while we're all, he said the thing, and then some policy shit happens that totally gets ignored because everyone's, he retweeted a racist. Yeah, because he's a racist. It's not news. But the shit that they pulled in policy, that was news, and we missed it.
Here's the thing, and people that go, everybody's attacking Trump for the racist, stupid thing he said. It's like, not really. That's what he wanted them to do. They're not being, again, like, they're not attacking him or being hard on him. They are suckers in his game, because now you're not talking about the policy thing. Right. You're talking about the racist bullshit that he said.
Right. And that's my problem.
And every day there's a different scandal.
Right.
Every
and that's why I said before.
Policy.
We liberal progressive, all of us on the left, to whatever degree we're to the left, are not as smart as we think we are. We love to think we're so smart and they're so dumb, and we're so easily wound up by trivial bullshit, and we miss all the important stuff. And that's up and down the spectrum. It's the activism and the voting and all this kind of stuff. We get wound up. And again, it's not that racism isn't important, but if we get, and it's the same for that matter. It's the same thing when we go after somebody. I don't know how many times I've seen people on the left, whether they're center left to and further left to that, like somebody will make some comment, it's like, ooh, that burn, like that's gonna get him. Right wingers don't. You can burn right wingers all fucking day. They do not give a fuck. It has no impact on, and I see people out there like, oh, you got them, like that's the end of them. And that might work on YouTube and that might work on Twitter. You can scare people off of social media, and it means dick in politics. And if liberals would wake the fuck up and understand that, we might get somewhere.
So I actually like I don't like any of the news media out there. They all suck. But I prefer MSNBC over CNN. Although there are certain folks on MSNBC that drive me up the fucking wall. Chuck Todd drives me up the fucking wall. He should be fired. Nicole Wallace is actually pretty good considering she was a Republican strategist for so long. I like her. I love Rachel Maddow. Love Rachel. I love Rachel. I'll watch Rachel all day. Lawrence O'Donnell drives me up the fucking wall because he has an hour where all he does is pick on Trump. Like he doesn't really. He talks about the same stuff that everybody talks about all day long. He just adds more ribbing.
He's way sanctimonious about it as well. He's way too sanctimonious.
Yes.
Well, I
Yes.
think this is what Kazum is talking about, right?
Yeah, and it's them. They go on about they pick on Trump for things that don't matter, and I know that you say that there's true things that they talk about as well, but there's tons of things that they talk about that don't matter. Do you think that they'll be as hard on Biden as they are Trump in that way, while not acknowledging the good things that Biden will be doing as well?
I will give you Lawrence O'Donnell does that to Trump. Absolutely, you're right. I'm with you, Kazum. Yes. And
I absolutely think. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I absolutely think that they'll pick on Joe Biden about things that don't matter. Yes, they'll do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the right will do it the way the left does it now. It'll flip flop.
I mean, they're already doing it though. I mean, didn't he like fall and break his ankle, and that means that he's not suited to be president anymore because he's about to die any second? And I don't know, does weird things with his dog in the shower or something. I mean, like,
Exactly. Well, and you think about it. Think about like right-wing media. Obama wear a tan suit. I mean, you want to talk levels of trivia? Holy shit! I mean, that's not bad on the worst of days. You know.
How is that even a thing?
So you think about it. So okay, we get wound up because the president Trump tweeted racist bullshit, but yet Obama wears a tan suit or Mrs. Obama wears a short sleeve dress, and that's a fucking apocalypse. I mean, she's practically a stripper and giving blowies on Park Avenue.
Well, Trump went big on that one with his wife, then, didn't he?
The tan suit literally got 2 weeks worth of traction at the time.
Oh yeah, 2 weeks. So that's the thing. So and basically, the right wing just does outrage better than we do. So yeah, they can take outrage on the most trivial of horse shit and run with it, and it works. And we will, get over on like, okay, the president's a out of bound racist, and we still doesn't play for us. We still are bad at it. I don't understand why we're so fucking bad at it.
Well, yeah, and I think
Honest.
what I was talking about is it's Twitter Dunkanomics taken to the mainstream media sphere, where everybody thinks that if they can just say the right thing, if they can just catch him on exactly the right thing, it'll be like a magic spell that ends his presidency and everything's
The internet has poisoned society.
Yes.
What should we do about that, if anything?
Nothing. Leave the internet alone.
Resist it.
Also, as me and Kazum have talked about before on stream, is that the Democrats as a party have been resistant to talking about working class issues for a while now, and so like it's kind of easier to talk about all these things that don't actually matter because it makes it look like they're doing something when the thing that would really help people and fix people's lives they can't afford to do because it'll offend their donors and they won't get reelected.
Right. Because as a group, we're a bunch of ninnies. And it really pisses me off. Because you're right. Because people think like, oh, that's the one And the thing is, it may work for some schlub on YouTube, and they can get chased off, and and they're like that stupid guy who filmed all those people who committed suicide in that one Japanese forest. Like that wasn't cool. Yeah, that wasn't cool. But ultimately, you know what? I didn't really give a fuck. I really don't care. At the end of the day, okay, it's bad for their family. That's kind of sad and all that. But did it really matter in the grand scheme of things? No. But how much like clock seconds were devoted to people like losing their shit over that?
I don't think I disagree with that premise, though. By the way, I just have to put that out there. The internet has ruined society. I disagree with that, but that might be another topic. So I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead.
I think Republicans are much better at insults. They're better at making people feel bad with the fewest amount of words.
That's because they insult at the lowest common denominator. They are like a 5-year-old on the playground who are like, "Your pants are ugly," right? Like you have a big nose. Like they it's stupid. It's like the toilet humor of insults. Anybody can do it. And it doesn't take a lot of brain power. But you know what? Because you as a person can relate to something that actually exists in your life, like your clothes exist, your house exists, your parents exist, or whatever, or some attribute of yourself, like your nose or your hair or whatever, because you have a direct connection to that as a human being, it will impact you when somebody says something so ridiculous like that. It's like the stupidest form of insulting ever. I hate it, but it's also so effective because like everybody gets toilet humor.
Favorite thing is the Democratic response. The Democratic response is, "You said my nose was too big." That is anti-Semitic and has a history of anti-Semitic tropes. And you get into this like little bookish kind of Weasley little. Well, technically, the thing you did is much worse because.
Well, and Jackie, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rob, but you just hit on something that has made me angry for literally 21 years, and I'm glad you brought it up. So in that regard, a perfect example is the Phantom Menace. So Jar Jar Binks. Now people don't like Jar Jar Binks. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. However, I heard so many people like, "Oh, well, Jar Jar Binks, he's making fun of Rastas and that's racist." And I'm like, no. But you know what? Because black Rastas don't sound like that. And if you think they do, the problem is you, not Jar Jar Binks. Same thing with Watto. They're like, "Oh, well, Watto, well, he's got a big nose, so that he's attacking Jews." No, that's you and your own biases. That's you, liberals, because liberals, you have some racism in you too. But that's the thing that pisses me off. Just like I told you before, and I'll say it for the 15 millionth time. I have had leftists tell me that they don't consider me black because I don't speak in Ebonics or listen to rap music or walk a certain way and have certain mannerisms. Because so you're literally saying, "Joe, you don't match the stereotype in my head, so you're not a black person," as if that shit was a fucking compliment. And,
So a few decades ago, during the Reagan years, the right wing decided that they were going to be the party of the culture war, right? And they were going after everybody who wasn't a white Christian man.
So more like war on culture.
Yeah, and the culture war. And the left was, more than happy to take up the opposing side, as they should have. The right has since walked away from the culture war because they lost. They lost. For the most part, they've walked away from that. They've decided that now their strategy is to lean on the religious, as they've always done, big business, the economy, and stonewalling. And the left is still fighting the culture war. The war they won. They're still fighting it. That's one of the problems.
Rob,
and that's why the insults work.
Are you telling me there's no war on Christmas?
There's not. There's really not.
You notice how you almost never hear about that anymore.
Yeah, because the left won.
Yeah,
I hadn't had that impression. I thought that it was still ongoing. I didn't look at it as the left has won. What makes you think? What makes you think the left has won? Because you still got the Candace Owens, you still got the Turning Point USA, you've still got a lot of
Turning Point USA is nonsense. It's garbage. Candace Owens is a paid talking head who in the past held different positions than she holds now. That she goes to bat for the biggest spender. She's a political whore. You give her money,
she's a grifter for sure.
Right.
That's all nonsense. That's all nonsense. That's all stuff to keep people busy.
The culture war. Yeah, the right wing uses the.
There's always small things. In the broad strokes, the culture war is finished. It's over. It's done. The left won. Like you can marry pretty much anybody you want. You can live your life.
Okay, wait. How do you
out there?
How do you define the culture war? What is the culture war to you? Because now you're saying things that maybe we have different ideas of what a culture war is. What is a culture war to you?
Okay.
I mean, I thought it had to do with ideas.
Right. LGBT rights is an idea. Right. This is ideology, Kazum. Yeah. Your rights as a human being. This is ideology. This is ideas.
Yeah.
Right.
And basically, the right uses it as a fundraising tool. They're not actually seriously fighting it in the way they used to.
Yeah, the way they used to. But that's why
I'm seeing on the right personally when I'm on a bunch of these right wing sites and including people like Paul Joseph Watson, even that side of things too. There is growing homophobia. There is growing a lot of these. There's growing racism. The big thing is nationalism. Massive amounts of nationalism.
Right.
But I'm seeing hatred towards the those that are not in the majority. There's a hatred that seems to be growing.
Because you have to separate what happens on social media, which is fantasy land, versus what Republican politicians actually do, what they actually fight for. And even some of the stuff, even some of the anti-LGBTQ stuff they do, they know it's going to get overturned in the court. That's not why they do it. They do it because that is a fundraising opportunity that jazzes up those people you're talking about on those right-wing sites. But as far as an actual, a fight that they actually think they're going to get through, the fact that the courts overturn these things, that's the proof right there that we won the culture war. Because if we hadn't won the culture war, the courts would be allowing most of these. In most cases, most of the stuff gets killed in the court, and so that's the real evidence. But the rest of it is for show. That's what I say for show. That's stuff.
That's a good point. I appreciate that.
It generates emotion and it gets their base active, and that's why the right wing. And that's why I always say to my leftist friends, as much as I know, from the center left to the far left, we differ, but ultimately we're still on the same side. And why I so much about going out there and, hey, let's get whatever candidate you want to get on that side, but let's get them, because on the right side, they use that emotion to get everybody to go out and vote regardless. People, there's a lot of people who voted for Trump that can't stand Trump, but at the end of the day, it was a way to get their agenda done. Or as much of their agenda as they can get.
There's somebody out there, right? There is a person out there to hate everything that exists, like it. People who wear bandanas on their heads, right? There is a demographic of people. There's a demographic of people that exists in this country. It might only be like 11 and a half people, but it exists. It's the demographic nonetheless. They hate people that wear bandanas. There are people that hate bald people. As a demographic, there is a demographic that hate. If you name it, anything you can name, there's a demographic that is against it, and will take
guys look like sailors who aren't sailors.
I mean,
why be prejudiced when if you give people 10 minutes, you can find so many other reasons to hate them?
That's right.
Exactly. So there's always going to be people. There's always going to be people on like social media, in the rank and file. always going to be people that are ready, willing, and able to fight the culture war on any battleground you choose. They're ready to go. But like Joe said, the courts and laws that have been passed and how they've been defended successfully from coast to coast, the left won the culture war. And there's always going to be people ready to take up arms, but they lost already.
One thing I'd like to say too to Tommy, and I say this in a very cordial way, Tommy. I mean, if you want to come on, I mean, I've never met you, but I know most people I know think you're cool. So yeah, if you want to come in and have a different view, I think you're a more sincere person than a certain person who I will not mention, who's not he's up to be here right now.
You're at a disadvantage right now. There's a big pink elephant in the room here because Tommy said something earlier in the show that we put up on the screen. And nobody's been willing to broach the subject with you yet, but I will.
Okay.
Tommy said that all white people are born racist and all black people are born victims. And Rob immediately had like a visceral reaction, was like, no, you didn't say that. And we kind of swept it under the rug. But I don't know that you want to invite that onto the show right now. But maybe this might be the one thing that Tommy
I'm happy to take that on.
You don't have to because, you're not like,
Well, and the thing is, I guess the question is Tommy saying that that's what I say? Or is that...
He's saying his black friend said it. He said his black friend who was sitting next to him said it. Therefore, it was okay for him to say it.
That if he had said it himself, that there would have been just a hullabaloo raised. And
so, I guess what I would say is I have a mixed answer to that. I don't think anyone is born racist. However, someone can be born into a situation where they are inherently a victim of the system they're born into.
It's funny.
Racism is learned.
And Rob reacted to that because, like a lot of things the right wing says, like from a certain point of view, things can be correct. And so, not that he's. I don't know how he meant it. Like I've had a couple run-ins with Tommy from the Bronx. He's kind of a troll. He's also playing a character. He's not entirely, it's difficult to know where he actually stands. So that's one thing that you say.
And to read it the way he wrote it and the words that he put it in, knowing Tommy and knowing it came from Tommy, my reaction was, dude, you really did not just type that, did you? I mean, really. I mean, I think my exact words were like Michael said, no, Tommy.
Right now, Tommy is saying that's what he said. Like literally.
He's saying that he was the messenger to it. So yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with Tommy coming on. Because again, unlike a person who will remain nameless, I think Tommy could actually add something to the discussion.
Maybe he could just straighten all this stuff out for us because we have really strange feelings.
Besides, I want to meet him before he pays me the money.
Tommy, Tommy's going to owe you $100 pretty soon. But Tommy will not come on the show ever again because Tommy is afraid to share the screen with me because, well,
I mean, I guess I was gonna say to Tommy that because if he's still sticking to his guns that Trump's gonna remain in office, then I'm willing to go double or nothing.
Tommy says 10:30. What time is it in the Bronx right now?
9:37. Yeah, Tommy's not all that far from me. Probably about a half hour from me.
Our broadcasts usually take that long. We could end on a high note, as it were.
Oh yeah, a lot of times we're here till midnight my time, so Rob and I are on the East Coast. So
I mean, unless he's going water skiing tonight, there should be plenty of time.
Yeah, and the Hudson's not the greatest place to go water skiing, especially not on a Saturday night.
Yeah, Tommy says he doesn't want a double or nothing, though, which I think is hilarious.
What, Tommy? You don't have the conviction of your consequences or whatever, or conscience or whatever. I'm drawing a blank linguistically, but you know what I mean.
Say, do you think there's going to be
during the broadcast? Bring him on.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I feel like
he's got the link already. So
talking to Tommy about it makes me think of about the bet. Makes me think of Caddyshack. You know, when Smales is up and he's making fun of Ty, and Ty's like, "Let's make it 40,000." Yeah, and she just keeps amping it up.
If Tommy's going to get off work in 45 minutes, that gives him enough time to get off work, get home, take a shower to wash the smell of the Bronx off of himself, and then come up here.
No, that stuff goes to the bone, man. He's not getting that off.
Hey, Kazoom, what were you going to say?
It was off. I was going to go into just a political topic again.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Do you think that there's going to potentially be rioting when it comes to protests, rallies, and counter protests on the 6th?
Yes.
And how bad do you think it could get?
Well, I think
muted by the
there's
snow.
vested interest in rioting. So
I think it could be literally anything. I think that we're in a time period with enough of a sort of powder keg that it could be anything from the most milquetoast, weak, everybody laughs them off Twitter kind of situation where there's like handfuls of bedraggled people protesting, all the way up to like anything you can imagine. So it's a situation where I have plenty of hopes for a peaceful resolution, but I am also very aware that violence is an American institution. It's an American sort of mentality, and we could see literally.
I think the fact that we haven't seen much of anything yet tells me that probably, I won't say in the clear, but I'd say that if there is any violence, it'll be relatively limited.
Yeah, I don't think I agree. I mean, there's been some violence since the election. There's been some, but it hasn't been really as bad as predicted. Was as bad as threatened. I don't see a whole lot happening on the 6th. I mean, I could be wrong. I hope I'm not. But I'm sure there's going to be something. It's not going to be like
Trump is about the protests on the 6th, and he wants them to surround the Capitol building while the vote is. Now, I'm old enough to remember when they surrounded the parliament in Russia, when basically Boris Yeltsin took over the country, and so even though that was a farcical administration and so on, they did actually change the government and therefore change the world.
I want to correct something that Brian said, Badger, in the chat. Trump did not veto the COVID relief bill. He hasn't signed it. There's a difference.
pocket veto.
So yeah, it's called a pocket veto. However, given the number of people on both the House and Senate who voted for it, there is enough for an override. And actually, here's the other thing too. If something is passed into law and the president doesn't sign it within a certain period of time, it becomes law.
Yeah. No, what Trump has done here is actually the worst possible thing he could do, right? Because as far as I understand it, and I could be wrong, but as far as I understand it, the president has 10 days after he receives a bill to decide whether or not he's going to veto it. So the House and Senate can't vote to overturn the veto until the veto actually takes place. And Trump has 10 days to do it. And guess when 10 days is from the time he received it? It's like the 4th or 5th of January or something like that. which will have new
Right,
senators,
but the thing is,
new House of Representatives. So all the old legislation will be defunct anyway, and they would have to start over again from scratch with the new House and Senate. And therefore, the new administration would be the only one that would be able to pass it, and Trump wouldn't even have time to do it if he wanted to, and he doesn't want to. He's punishing the whole country right now. It's evil.
Yeah.
All this while
Unfortunately, Paul's
everybody
right.
still has needs.
Who has seen the movie Yojimbo, classic Akira Kurosawa samurai film?
What film?
Yojimbo?
No.
I didn't, but we were talking about these movies the other night, or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah.
But, there's a famous thing about Yojimbo. Yojimbo has Toshiro Mifune comes to town, and there's this town that is racked by two factions of gambling mobsters, and they each control a faction of samurai or ronin, who are kind of their muscle. But this is a small town. It's not a big town. And so there's violence going back and forth in these little pot shots, but like they haven't really come to blows into a war. And Yojimbo decides, because he's a really skilled samurai, he's going to play the two sides off of each other. And so what he does is he first goes to work for one mob boss, and then he goes and he kills somebody on the other side to show, that he's this really skilled swordsman. And then the second mob boss goes to Yojimbo to try and make a deal with him. And Yojimbo then switches sides and he kills somebody from the side he just worked for. And so he builds the two sides up until they are getting ready to battle. And there is a hilarious scene, classic scene, of these two armies of really ragtag, not very good warriors who are running at each other. And the other side runs away and sort of backs down. And then that side runs at them and they sort of back down. And that is what American politics feels like right now. You've got these two factions that have been kind of, ginned up into almost violent confrontation. And I would say, certainly much more violent, particularly toward individuals on the right. The left has done what some people call violence. I don't think setting fire to dumpsters or, police officers is the same kind of violence at all.
Setting fire to police officers? Setting fire to police officers?
No, setting fire to the office of
officers. I think you said officers.
I thought you said officers too. I'm going, wait, what?
No. Sorry, offices. Yeah. And so
that would definitely be violent.
yeah, absolutely. So, I think what we have is we've got these two groups who at this point, one is sort of looking like they're ready to fight, and the other side kind of runs at them, and then everybody runs away, and then everybody runs away in the other direction. And it's a lot like when you see gangs of schoolyard kids who are trying to get into a fight, but are also all terrified of actually being hit. And hopefully it just stays that way. Anyway.
It's so strange because I'm listening to you describe this, and in my head, what I see are all the preppers and those people who are the post-apocalyptic survivalist kinds, right? But they're LARPers, they are, because as I've seen it said, these people are not exactly the ones most eager to go and fight, aren't exactly the most fit to go and fight. But I just see one side of these LARPers that are the preppers and whatnot, and then I see the other side who are all the medieval fighter style people, right? That go up, and I'm just these guys run after. Nope. These guys, and it's just that's all they are. They're just different groups of LARP enthusiasts, right? That all are yeah, we want to battle, but not really.
I mean,
they just think they do.
I was going to say, I certainly don't want any kind of battles. And to answer Kazum's question from before about what's likely to happen as a result of the 6th, is it likely to be riots or not? There's an awful lot of people on the side who want to overturn the election that would seek to do damage and blame it on the other side. And so I think there's going to be an awful lot of confrontation between opposing groups. And I hope that those in charge with public order can maintain public order, because I think there's people with an interest in stirring up shit. Violent, and I was having a disagreement with my gal the other day about this, because she thinks, everyone's tired of this bullshit. Even the Trump fans just want to go home and try to get their normal lives back and everything. And I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing. It only takes a few little assholes, because the nature of violence is, I push you, you push me. You draw your fist, I draw my fist. You draw your knife, I draw my gun. It's just going to keep escalating until someone is seriously hurt or someone decides to stop escalating. So it makes sense to stop escalating before the escalation starts. But these people don't think like that. They want that spark to see if it will ignite a larger conflagration. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I think, from what I'm gathering, I think a lot of them are going to be armed. The ones that are in favor of overturning the election, I think a lot of them on the 6th are going to be armed. And if there is a confrontation, I worry that there's going to be a bunch of deaths.
Rob, we saw that.
My toddler, my kid, I was holding him. He grabbed a hold of my nipple ring and squeezed it and twisted, and it hurts like a motherfucker. I had this on mute, but I was screaming a minute ago.
Well, we're here for you because we were here with it through it all. So.
Oh my God. I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
At least it was just a nipple.
Joe, I actually I came up with a strange tax plan I wanted to run by you.
Sure.
It's a tax on just Democrats. Hear me out, right? So I want to raise about $1 billion in tax revenue, and I'm going to do it $10 per Democrat, right? Okay. I figure I can get the first, if 80 million people voted for Biden, then I can get like the first 800 million from them, and maybe the rest will be from, Mexico will pay for it. Follow me here. What I want to do is I want to charge pay-per-view to see Trump being dragged out of the White House.
I'll put up 1,000.
$10 per person. And if 80,
you're thinking so small, dude, at least 100.
You're just like, take my money, huh?
Fucking A. I'll write the check right now. I don't even use things like Cash App or Venmo because I don't like putting that kind of shitty security, low security shit of financial thing on my phone. I'll do it to send the money to.
Even if I characterize this as a tax on just Democrats, you're okay with it?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay.
Dude, but I want close-up shots and I want good quality audio. This is grainy shit. I want get one of those Matrix cameras that does the 360 shit. I want to rotate this shit in real time.
Well, I have to admit that I'm ashamed of myself because I actually hate Donald Trump, and I really wish I could. I used to be proud to say I don't hate anybody, but I hate this motherfucker. And he brings out a side of me that as I would be more comfortable not admitting exists. The side that it feels that it takes true joy in Schadenfreude, right? I mean, I don't want Donald Trump to die. I want Donald Trump to face plant going upstairs and just be completely humiliated, just like on live television. Because humiliation is something that Donald Trump can't handle. You can call him any name under the book. He doesn't give a damn.
I would say karmic retribution is an okay thing to wish for.
You say what?
Karmic retribution is an okay thing to wish for.
But I think it'll just whatever it is, however it is, he has to actually be, removed from office. I think that's going to satisfy a lot of us.
I have a question about a different topic whenever folks want
Okay,
to.
just real quick, I want to bring attention to the Green Machine and answer this one. He says, I want Trump in prison. I want Trump to get a fair trial and face justice. And if that means prison, so be it. The president should definitely not be above the law.
Yeah.
But could Trump even get a fair trial? That's what I want to know.
That's where I'm at. I'm a prison abolitionist. I don't believe that prison is the right way to deal with society's problem children, and it's certainly not the way to deal with all the innocent people and people wrapped up in the drug war who get into prison. However, it is the system we use currently as the way we bring justice to people, and that means that everybody, if we're living in a republic, everybody has to be treated to exactly the same. That's the ideal, and anything less than the ideal is a compromise of our values and a compromise of the narrative of our values.
Yeah, it makes us a liar to the whole world. What were you going to say, Sister Danger? You got a question to change the topic?
Wow. Well, yes, I do. But boy, that thing that Jack just said made my brain have
All
some.
right.
But I'm not gonna continue on that because I think the direction I went off on there was also a whole different topic in and of itself. But it's sort of off topic, but it's also kind of in keeping in line with just the things that people are doing. So in Washington, and forgive me if this has been talked about already. So there's a restaurant here in Washington in Chehalis, I think, which is kind of like central on the I-5 corridor. And Spiffy's is the name of the restaurant. They have refused to close their restaurant in accordance with the mask and COVID mandates that have been put out from the governor's office. And it's been all over the news that the owner is like, I just refuse. Like I'm open for business. Everybody come in and eat, right? And so this area of the state has a lot of red in it, and so there are a lot of people. They even had a rally in the parking lot with a lot of guns, actually, in Spiffy's homebrew restaurant or whatever. And so now the state is fining them to the tune of, oh man, it must be near on $100,000 now or something, because it's several $1,000s a day for every day that they remain open, and they're just remaining open. And so the health board is fining them because they are violating the COVID restrictions. And now it's this big thing about how they're being put out of business. And I'm just kind of curious, what do people think? Do people think that this is like go them, that the state, the governor doesn't have a right to infringe upon their business in this way, and that, yay, take it to court and show them that you don't have to do that? Or are you in support of the fact that they are being fined to the point that if they don't win their court case, they will likely have to close their doors?
I am definitely in the latter camp, and this is what I was saying before about this warped right-wing libertarian idea of freedom, that I have the right to do whatever I want, and the consequences are irrelevant, and any harm I do to anybody else, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is harm done to me. And the thing is that most, generally speaking, restaurants and so forth can operate, but they have to operate under restrictions. And basically the attitude is, I don't want to have any responsibility. I don't want to take responsibility for the harm I'm doing. And so therefore I'm going to have a tantrum because I want to pretend we don't live in a connected society. And I actually have, and I say this as a business owner, I have zero compassion for them at all. Because I think the reason why we're still stuck here after 10 fucking months is because selfish, ignorant assholes who basically think that their absolute freedoms trump the society that they live in, and there should be a balance as always. But basically, the balance is, stop hitting the rest of us in the fucking nose, and they keep doing that. And so I'm like, look, run more of them out of business. And again, I say this as somebody, my business is going to post a loss for the first time ever, because that's just the way things went this year. We were really slow, but I had to stay open. I had to stay open because I support essential industries, and I suppose I could have let somebody go here or there, but I decided not to do that because I figured that was not the best way to do it, and I wanted to preserve jobs. So I'm taking it on the chin this year. I literally worked for zero money this year, but I did that because long term it's what's necessary, and we had to deal with this. I mean, I'm sure if I was like an arrogant, ignorant asshole, I probably could have made more money, but at what cost?
Can we roll some losses onto the next years like our illustrious president does?
Well, I can absolutely, and that's the thing. So that's the one, if there's a saving grace to it, because I'll actually get back pretty much most of the taxes I paid, and then I'll be able to roll forward the excess losses into future years. So next year is already shaping up to be better because we've been very busy the last 3 months or so. So that will help us next year when it comes tax time. So, but that's the thing. It's all about delayed gratification. I'm going to have to wait 15 months to get relief, at least.
How do you feel about places that are putting curfews as some sort of way of trying to cut back on coronavirus? The spread of coronavirus. That one I think is weird. There's also
where has that happened? Where has that happened?
New York City.
What?
Among other places. Yeah, there's curfews.
How do you think the curfews actually help this stuff, or I think about how around when after March, between March and I don't know July, there are a number of grocery stores around here that were 24/7, but they decided to close at 9 or 10 or something like that at night, and then open again around 6 a.m. or something, right? But and I always thought that was strange of them. Well, let's try to cut back on the coronavirus, and then the times where the fewest people would normally shop, they close.
Well, I guess that I associate that though with just straight up the economy of people, that if there's not enough actual people out in public doing the thing, it is not lucrative for the business to stay open with regards to just the cost of operations for all the people that have to be there in order to man the place and the electricity and heating it. But if you are a Walmart, and our Walmart used to be 24 hours and now it closes at midnight, like you said. But if you're like a Walmart, that is an enormous building that you probably have to keep at all kinds of certain things going on. There's just hidden costs there that I don't think we see. That's what I always associated it with. But maybe you're right.
Well, I think he's talking about government forced curfews of telling businesses to close by a certain time.
Yeah, and initially, yeah.
I have to agree. I do think that is a little odd. Actually, being able to be open 24 hours would actually help stores spread the load out and say, hey, look, we can only have so many people in the store at any given time. So don't shop at prime time. Shop at 3 a.m. because there's 10 people in the store, and it's a lot safer for everybody.
So
I'm personally generally against curfews unless we're in a state of basically invasion, in which case curfews make a lot of sense. But to the broader point, I think what Kazumi was saying about restrictions, not just curfew, but restrictions like curfew. Like I know in the UK, after the lockdown in the summertime, they had some limited restrictions and a limited reopening where they were doing things like you could gather, but not in groups larger than 10. And, and like there was a curfew at the pubs, but it was 10. And you can catch it before 10.
I would like to hear the
positivity in your
justification.
local area is like 20%, and you have 10 people there. That means 2 of them probably have COVID. And when 2 people arrive at a party with COVID, 6 people go home with COVID. So
I would like to know what the curfew justification is. Like, what did they say?
The justification basically is that people tend to gather at places like bars and all that stuff later at night, and you have more people gathered together. So if you don't allow them to be open late,
This is
those
not a good
people won't
justification.
gather.
Well, the thing is that might actually be a decent one at bars and clubs, but it's a shitty one at grocery stores because very few people shop at grocery stores in the wee hours. In fact, I remember when I lived in Allentown, PA. I was living alone, and I had a weird schedule, and I'm a night owl anyway. And most of the time, I would do my shopping at there was a store near me that was open 24 hours, and I'd be there at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and there'd be more stock people than there were customers.
I think I have this interaction that I always have with the sort of anti-maskers and the people who believe that COVID is a hoax, where there's this confusion between poor government policy and a hoax. The idea that because like here in Oregon, people don't pump their own gas. The gas attendant,
like New Jersey,
like in Jersey, only other state in the nation. Now, when COVID first happened, the Oregon governor said, okay, now people have to pump their own gas. That doesn't make sense. It makes no sense for one attendant to be the only person with their grubby hands on the pump. And because somebody makes a really stupid decision in government about how to approach this, then the COVID hoax people are like, see, this is a terrible decision. This wouldn't be real if they, this, is clearly meant only as a way of controlling people. It has nothing.
Right.
I find curfew disturbing. I will say that.
Well, they're not listening to what Amy said before about Occam's razor about don't assume malice when the stupidity is probably the right answer.
Not actually.
I mean, here in New Jersey, there's a lot of people that are constantly online attacking Governor Murphy, saying the kinds of things that you're saying, Jack. These are stupid rules. And because they're stupid rules, it's obvious that it's not a problem. This is just a way to control people. Yeah. They're taking your freedoms.
I find curfew pretty very drastic. Even in like you were saying, a state of invasion, I find curfew to be really, really, really drastic and very disconcerting. It seems like it is always historically the predecessor to military control from your own.
The thing is, though, invasion's really drastic too, and at that point, you are under military control of both sides. So the issue there is that at nighttime, the people who are charged with watching out for the enemy can't tell the difference between you and the enemy, unless they get close up, and that puts them at risk, and it distracts them from watching, because what they want to be able to do is know, hey, if anybody comes down that road, shoot them because it's not one of us.
So I have a different perspective on this week, in that last week my truck was broken into and it happened under the cover of dark. And we are experiencing unprecedented unemployment, which causes more crime. And the police are taxed such that no police officer came out to look at my truck. I called. They said they took my information and they said we're not responding. So now I am this much more prepared to go shoot somebody if they try to break in my truck. This is causing an escalation of violence that would not be there if people had a curfew and stuck to it.
Right.
Later on that same night, somebody walked by my mailbox and my Ring camera caught this. They opened the mailbox, looked in, and then shut it, and then kept walking.
Wow.
Right? 2 things in the same night. Right? And that was at midnight. This guy was just walking down the street, checking everybody's mailbox to see if there's any mail to steal.
This is the time of year where lots of people will have packages in their mailboxes.
So with this unprecedented unemployment, if there's a spike in crime because of it, because our Congress can't, get together to pass stimulus and everybody's hurting, I can see where, just like after a hurricane, when, people are away from their houses and they know that they're likely to be burglarized without there being a curfew there, I can see this curfew being a good thing.
Right.
I don't know. I am just unconvinced that there is the connection that is being there. I'm unconvinced the connection that's being made actually exists. That having a curfew actually results in the types of things that you're saying. And I don't know. It's not something I've ever really looked into, so I can't speak over much.
I think
What was that?
I think they're probably out.
When the shutdowns first started happening, the rule was that the curfew applied to grocery stores, but it was Kroger's and King Super in our area that they made it so that they were open until midnight just because of spreading out the shoppers. And they argued that point, and they got it as a set aside to what everybody else was experiencing. And now that they have new restrictions, they've tailored it to common sense, because you do run into the anti-vaxxers and COVID deniers that now say, "Oh, so your virus doesn't get people before 10 p.m., but after 10 p.m. it magically becomes deadly."
Yeah. Here we had things like people saying stuff like, "Oh, apparently you can't get COVID at a tattoo parlor, but you can get it at the gym." So it doesn't make any sense. And yeah, I think the way they and I know New Jersey isn't alone. I think the way they rolled out the entire quarantine and lockdown and all the different rules was really sloppy. Really poorly done. And I understand the reason why they're doing curfews. Here's one of the justifications, one of them, and why they're doing curfews and why they're doing the seating limits and allowing some places to be open, is they're trying to keep businesses from closing down and still be safe. And
I mean,
it doesn't really work.
I would think that the justification of spacing out shoppers to be legitimate, but I would think that is a good argument in the same way that I think capitalist market is, right? Fucking shut up. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm not talking to you guys. I had a tab open and it kept like running a news feed randomly that only I can hear. And I'm like, no, be quiet, announcer. No, so free market capitalism, right? Is supposed to be this thing where the market decides by choosing with their dollars, right? And we all know that doesn't work, because it requires that if something is, if somebody is, say, a complete KKK prejudice Nazi prick, then the market decides with their dollars to not go shop there, right? That's how I kind of perceive this, but that doesn't work, because that never happens, especially once you pass a tipping point of being big. That's how I perceive the shopper thing, right? Yes, in principle, you're providing these late hours in which people could hypothetically spread out, but that requires that all of your toilet paper buyers are going to actually do that, because while they might be providing the venue for it to happen, while it's possible, the people aren't making the choice to do that. They're still rushing out and buying all the hand sanitizer and all the toilet paper.
The thing is, though, there's a balance point to that, because in order to make that work, you also then limit the number of people in the stores during actually any hour. But so if it's kind of like you weren't here last week, but we were talking about movies, and we were talking about how you don't see big long lines of movies these days, and the reason why is because when Star Wars opened up and it was one of the hottest tickets out there, there was 2,200 screens to go see it on. And when the later Star Wars movies opened up, there was literally double the number of screens. So even though more people actually saw those movies, at least some of them, there was no lines because you had more possible places to go. So if you then now say, look, you only so many people can go at 3:00 in the afternoon or 5 or any hour, what's going to happen is those people who can go at the later hours will, because they're going to say, well, my chances of going in the earlier hours is poor, and I don't want to stand in line for hours and hours, so I'll go when there's 10 people.
I mean, you can control that there are 50 people in the Walmart. What you can't control is that all 50 people are in the grocery section, 49 are in the grocery section, and one of them is in the Christmas section. So
actually you can. It takes more effort.
But have you seen it done anywhere? Because I haven't. So
yes, here in New Jersey.
I wanted to bring attention real quick to a comment on the side, because I think it makes a point here. Brian says, in the summer, our lockdown in the UK was such that essential workers actually needed permits to show police they needed to be out on the roads. And this is something that I think has happened in Europe that never actually happened in America. I mean, America, you guys have had a lockdown, but you never really locked down.
No, we never locked down. We had shelter. We had shelter in place. We have not had a lockdown.
Yeah, we didn't really have a lockdown. I mean, you guys were talking about curfews before. There were people in the comments talking about how they're uncomfortable with the idea of a curfews, even though there's COVID and crime and meth and everything else. But there is no I don't personally know of any place in the country that's had actual curfews where you have to be off the street by a certain time of the night. Has anyone done that? Because of COVID or because of riots?
COVID.
Because of riots.
That's different. For COVID, there's been no COVID lockdowns to the such where you can't go out. When we first went into quarantine, a lot of people are saying, I can just go driving all night long just to help keep my sanity. And there are people that are yelling, as you're driving, you might have the virus and you're shedding it out your windows. Because people are stupid. But and I would get involved in these conversations with people and say, no, if they want to go out driving in the middle of the night, they're not hurting anybody. It's their gas. Nobody anywhere in this country I'm aware of ever had to deal with a curfew where they couldn't go out. So we never had a real lockdown.
Right. But in fact, I for myself and my employees, we actually got essential worker permits, so that if an actual lockdown happened, that we'd be able to move around, because we have to be able to get to the sites. We never had to use them.
Do you think?
Do we think?
I know everyone who works at Walmart got a permit. Everyone who works at Walgreens got a permit.
I don't know.
Do you think that Hollywood movies, Hollywood producers, and just a cast and crew of a Hollywood movie, do you think they're essential workers?
Not particularly.
No. Well, it kind of depends, sort of. If you're going to mandate that your people stay inside and you don't want society to completely explode, you might consider the people that provide entertainment that keep them from just right. You might actually consider them essential to maintaining peace.
I get that. It's a little bit of a stretch.
I wonder what would happen if suddenly the entertainment industry stopped producing entertainment. No more Netflix, no more Disney, no more nothing. All of it just stopped because of the whatever. And then what would happen? People would.
Right.
My channel would get subscribers.
Anybody who's a fan of Marvel movies knows that COVID has put everything on hold for who the fuck knows how long, until God knows when. Because we've all been waiting for movies that are apparently never, ever, ever coming out now.
Well, I will say that, in seriousness, because I know that was kind of a bit of a facetious answer that I gave, but I guess in seriousness, I don't consider that to be essential, but that's because of what I deem as the idea of essential. So I wouldn't say essential. No, I know how to pick up a book and read, for example, but I will say this though: the movie industry, I know for a fact, has some of the strictest parameters laid on them for being able to function and do things on their sets. So while they might not be essential, they are definitely required to do a whole lot of things in order to be safe and maintain that safety. Like,
I would draw out
very
on that
costly
a little
things.
bit further and just we have to worry not just about movies, but I mean the arts in general. I mean, because the arts almost without exception require people to be in crowds. You know, if you're going to go to a gallery, if you're going to show your artwork, if you're going to play in a concert, if you're going to do a play or a musical, anything that requires a crowd. You know what I mean? Even a movie theater requires a crowd. So
this is interesting what you say, because I think that what you literally just said backs up my original, like the facetious reply that I made to Kazum, because you're like, well, what about the arts in general, right? I think that I do think that, yes, there is some essential factor to this in our society, and we can see that represented by the fact that if you ask people whether or not they should be able to view art for free. So somebody gets paid to make the creation once, and then people should be able to view it millions and millions of times after that with nothing ever going to the creator, right? You will, like, every time you look at a sculpture that's out there on your public road, should you be able to look at that for free, or should you be charged for seeing it, right? So when you ask people about that, people are like, no, art should be free. It's a beautiful service performed for the world, right? That it's important to them that they be able to consume art, right? And
there's nothing essential. There's nothing essential about viewing or experiencing new art on demand or in any kind of a timely manner. And there is thousands of years of art that is readily available for anybody in a lockdown situation.
public domain.
There's more than enough to satisfy the artistic hunger and curiosities of just about any person alive. So you don't need new art right now.
Sure, but if we're going to classify film and television as an art form, then arguably you could say that it should have the same accessibility as the other arts that are, more classic, if you will. Although that's a very strong point that you make, I agree. like, well, I'm sorry you can't afford new art. Off to Google Scholar with you, my friend.
Watch a rerun. Starsky Hutch, bitch.
Off to the Gutenberg Project with you.
speaking of art, while I'm on the subject, Michael, I showed you a portrait. And there was a photograph of yourself that you posted, I think, on Facebook some time ago, but I forgot to bookmark it. So if you know the photograph that I commented on, which I said, I think this will be the portrait photograph, can you DM me either on Facebook or Twitter with that thing so I can...
One with the destroyed Trump sign.
The disruption.
Yeah, it's like, I think you had like a smile and a thumbs up, and I can't remember the rest of the context, but I just remember thinking, oh, that'll be the portrait pose right there, because you look pretty jolly in that picture.
And there was a destroyed Trump sign in the background.
Right.
See, I think the bars are just being uncreative with I'm sorry, I'm looking at what Deep Ashtray said there in the comments. I think the bars are being uncreative with their having to see what I think if I had a bar, I would open one of those cool outdoor spaces, right? Like stick up a pop-up, and then I would put Twister down on the floor, right? Since everybody has to stay a certain distance from one another, I would just like paper the floor with Twister, and I would sell all the little drinks like in the classic, like the old medieval style where you could go up to the window, buy your drink, and go away one at a time, right? And then you could just spin, or make it like Candyland or something, right? That way people can come and then they get to interact with all new people every time you do the spin, every time you roll the dice or whatever. It would be great.
That would be great. Hands up everybody who's played Naked Twister with baby oil. Really, is that it?
Believe it or not, I have not.
That's shocking, Rob. That's shocking.
I had there was supposed to be an opportunity to do so, and it fell through. So I remain disappointed.
Rob did have a titty twister, though. Just
Hey, I just wanted to talk about some current events for a second because yesterday, as most of you must know, there was a bomb that went off in Nashville, and
A
yeah,
real bomb? Like,
a bomb. It was in an RV, like a Winnebago style RV, and the RV had some kind of technology in it. And at sometime before the bomb went off, there was a recorded like electronic female voice saying, "Warning: this vehicle is about to explode.
For
You
15
know,
minutes.
get to a safe distance or whatever." That happened yesterday morning in Nashville. The president, by the time I went on air anyway, still hasn't mentioned it. Bomb went off in the capital of country music.
Now,
do you know anything about it?
I'm just hearing that it was a suicide bombing. Somebody killed themselves, and apparently didn't want to take anybody out with them.
But why choose that method?
Well, especially considering that they wiped out the AT&T hub there, so anyone getting internet or wire, cell phones, you're out.
Yeah, I think it's out in 3 states.
Wow.
That's
Because you guys know the I forget, as Lore Reloaded, it used to be Lasoyo.
Mhm.
He had posted a video today about how he hasn't had any access. He actually had to get a new internet provider because basically AT&T is going to be out for quite a while.
Wow.
well, that must be a big bomb.
Yeah, you see how it's like it's really damaged like 40 buildings, so it had to be a pretty damn big explosion. A lot of a big concussive force. But I don't know that they know yet whether it was a suicide or not. All I understand from what I saw earlier was that they have recovered human remains. Doesn't necessarily mean that the person's remains are the person who planted the bomb.
Correct. That is really a very strange situation.
Earlier today, a little while ago, before I came in, I was looking where a number of things were referring to it as a suicide bombing.
I don't know. I feel like we're going to see more crazy things. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen. I guess that I feel like everybody's been in this weird locked up state, and therefore we've sort of seen this temporary decrease in I guess I want to say like confrontations that require the existence of an audience / people around you, right? So like bar fights, for example, bar fights are going to decrease because people are, there's literally not people at bars. While
They're taking place in Walmarts now.
But I feel like this status of people's mental health is deteriorating, and when society comes back to a point that people can kind of start doing stuff again, that we're going to see more things like this car bomb and other such. People will just go berserk with like they've been cooped up for too long. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I was just reading on BBC an hour ago. They're saying that it was believed to be a suicide bombing.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, before I came on, they hadn't made that determination yet. That was a couple hours ago, 3 hours ago, whatever. But
I'm curious if it worked. Did people actually get away from it? I mean, I'm guessing that nobody noticed if it was going off for 15 minutes and nobody bothered to be like, hey, 911.
No, they did.
The
police were actually out there, and they were down the street when it blew up. So
well, the bomb tech knew where to be, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it being Christmas morning, I doubt in downtown Nashville there's a whole lot of foot traffic. Most people are probably at home doing their Christmas morning thing. Most people.
Yeah, probably, especially in Nashville. I mean, I say that because it's the South. I imagine that they're big Christmas people down there.
They are.
Christmas.
So I was just reading that that they have a person that's a suspect. They don't have him in custody. They're just saying that they have a suspect, and they swabbed his mother's cheek to get a DNA sample to match against the remains that were found, because they believe it was a suicide bombing. So there you go.
Oh.
So is it possible for somebody to still be a suspect if they're dead?
Sure.
Sure, yeah. Well, I want to know whether it turns out to be a suicide bombing or something even more nefarious than that, which suicide bombing is bad enough. But I mean, as Sister Danger commented when she looked at the pictures, it was clearly a pretty large explosion. And I'd like to know where you get your hands on that much explosive material. You know, you can't just go to Walmart and buy it.
Man,
Wait,
I was in a tiny chat on the conspiracy chat channel, and there was this guy that was going on and on about all the materials that you could buy to do that, and the permits you have to get in order to buy those things. And eventually he was kicked off the channel because they were like, no, don't talk about those things. We don't want to get this shut down.
Yeah,
Well,
back when the Oklahoma City bombing happened, I learned all about how to make that style of bomb, and this looks very similar. And it's not that hard to get the materials for it.
If you are premeditated, it isn't hard. If you're premeditated, I think it's not hard. But if you want to do it here on the spot, then you're going to have difficulties because things are regulated in quantity a lot. So as long as you're premeditated and you do things building up over time, small quantities, what you need in order to do this stuff. Am I going to get us fired from YouTube for saying this out loud? I mean,
No, but you're gonna get a wise ass remark from me. Building a bomb by definition is premeditated. No matter what.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
It's not something you do on a whim.
yeah, you know, like you're walking along and you fall down. So crap, a bomb!
I made one by accident. Like the guys who go to the hospital with like various things, jammed in various orifices of their bodies. They're like, "Oh, I fell." You fell and the lamp went up your ass? How'd that happen?
well, so you know how there's that thing you always see in TV shows. This is one of the ones that drives me nuts. That you always see in TV shows about dissolving the evidence, the bodily evidence, by using lime, and they pass it off as like it's the type of lime that you put on a baseball field, but it's not. It's an industrial farming type of lime, and it's federally regulated. And so, unless you are licensed to have it and use it, they like, why are you buying enough lime that possibly you could be dissolving a person in a barrel? We'd like to know. Just curious, because it seems weird why the average Joe would need that, right? And so I guess that's, if you do it though in little bits at a time that don't trip that wire, right? It's possible to just build it up and then use it in ways that are terrible and bad. So I don't know.
That's true.
Man, I just keep thinking about, I just built a bomb by accident. Okay.
Didn't mean to.
I was just over here trying to mix a martini and I ended up with a Molotov cocktail. I don't even know what happened.
I always wanted to try making a Molotov cocktail and just throwing it and seeing if it explodes and how big does it just splash fire or does it actually blow up? I don't really know,
I would. Well, to blow up, there would have to be pressure. So there would have to be contained pressure that would then crack whatever was containing that pressure. So in this case, like a glass bottle, I would imagine that it would be kind of a splash of fire that appears like an explosion, but not an actual, because it's burning out at the top. It's not being contained until it explodes. It's crashing. You're having whatever, and then fire catches it. And
as long as you don't trip. And suddenly it's got a timer on it.
Oh my god, I don't even know. I tripped and then it was suddenly strapped to my chest with a timer. I don't know what happened, your officer.
I was just minding my own business.
The thing that happened in Nashville is just a bit extremely anomalous for a terrorist activity in the United States. I mean, because there was an effort to minimize civilian casualties, apparently by the person committing the atrocity. So what I know it's usually a mistake to try to put your head into the head of a psychopath and why did they murder 50 people or why did they blow this thing up? I mean, if they were sane, they wouldn't have done it. So trying to figure it out is kind of a moot point almost, right? But I still can't help but try to intellectually figure out what the hell does someone think they're trying to accomplish by blowing up the middle of Nashville.
It's like there's if you look at the maps of that area, like you go to the street view of the area that was affected. There's AT&T obviously. Then there's a tattoo shop, and in the place I was on, there people were joking around saying, "Oh, yeah, some guy just hated a tattoo he got." So, but no, I don't know, man. It's hard to try to figure out a motive, but it could be maybe. Some beef with AT&T.
What if it turns out to be a Proud Boy? I mean, what are the odds, right?
What was that again?
Well, what if this is like a sign of things to come? You've been mentioning in your recent videos, because that people keep saying you don't know what's about to happen. You don't know what's about to happen.
Yeah,
there's a whole bunch of crooked conspiring and machoistic posturing which is going on the internet, which is probably going to amount to nothing. But a lot of these people are pretty well armed. A lot of them are some of them are maybe nutty enough to do shit. And if a bomb went off in Nashville, I think maybe I don't know if it has anything to do with that. To be fair, I'm speculating.
That sounds like the title of a book. A bomb went off in Nashville.
Huh?
I agree that a lot of it is just talk and nothing will come of it, and I also agree that some of it will lead to something. That's just human nature. There's a lot of people that are slaves to that macho bullshit, and they can't not. I mean, I have a friend. Well, not really friends. It's been years since we've been friends, but I know this guy. Grew up with him, and he likes to kind of try to impress everybody around him that he's a biker, and he wears the leather jacket and the bandana on his head, does
he have his 3-piece rocker? And if he does, how has his ass not been beat yet?
He has a motorcycle. He bought a motorcycle and he rides it in his backyard.
So he bought like a motorcycle from Toys R Us, or like?
No, he bought a motorcycle and he's got a big enough yard where he just drives around the yard, but he fashions himself as a biker.
Trailers are for boats, not bikes. Yeah, yuppie. I mean,
it's like, yeah, dude, it doesn't work that way. But I mean, like I said, I've known him since we were kids, and he was always like that, where he didn't have a real identity of his own.
Yeah.
He would, when we were kids, he basically pretended to be me. He copied me. He dressed the way I dress, talked the way I talk, listened to the music I listened to. He never had his own identity. When we were no longer friends, he latched on to somebody else, and he mimicked them. And now he's in his late 40s, and he's a biker.
Okay, so I will make a small argument in his defense, in that it is possible to be considered a biker, but not the Sons of Anarchy style biker. But Harley Davidson owns HOG, which is it's Harley Davidson Bikers. Harley Owners Guild is what it stands for. And when you buy a Harley Davidson, you can automatically become a member of HOG. And there are many bikers out there that are legit. They bike. They have a Harley. They ride everywhere. They go to Sturgis and Daytona Beach and do all the things. And they consider themselves bikers. Everybody else considers them bikers, but they don't fly the colors of an MC, but they do wear their HOG patch, and nobody that's a thing. It is a legit thing that you can do and still be considered a biker. You're maybe not hardcore.
No idea if he does any of that, and nor do I care.
I'm just trying to give him,
But the point is that the image means so much to him. Whatever image, whatever identity he's choosing to wear at the time means so much to him that he could not bring himself to publicly not live up to whatever his potential to it is, because then he would look less of a man. And there are people like that who are Trump supporters who are out there talking about violence in the streets, who normally would not be that kind of a person, where they'd be out there like, beating up on people with a baseball bat.
Right.
But because they had put themselves, put on the skin of the kind of person that would do that, in their own mind, they're in a corner. They don't have a choice.
Well, you bring to mind too, what's really funny is, obviously a lot of these guys are the same ones that might call some of the men here on the panel, including myself, cucks and betas and all this kind of horseshit. And to me,
I'm a beta soy boy. I'm okay with that.
Well, here's the thing. Nothing to me is more submissive than basically giving over your actions to the crowd you are in. I mean, an alpha doesn't follow the pack, an alpha leads the pack. So anyone who's like, I have to do some radical shit to fit in, you ain't the alpha, motherfucker, by definition.
I've always said something similar. Anybody who claims to be an alpha is not an alpha.
No. Probably isn't. Although there could be the argument made that the alpha is actually at the back of the pack, not at the front of the pack, because as the leader, it's their job to keep watch over everybody.
Sure.
So their whole pack goes first, so that nobody.
The thing is, though, the alpha never has to enunciate that they're the leader, because everybody knows it.
Everybody knows.
Man, suddenly
it's known.
Suddenly I'm thinking of AIU, who constantly refers to himself as an alpha.
AIU?
Atheism is unstoppable.
Oh, that fucking asshole.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Asshole. I think the word he's looking for is asshole.
Vocal fry. It's an asshole.
I'm just saying, like, I had a Willem Dafoe moment right there, like Boondock Saints, right? Like, I think the word you're looking for.
Well, it's just like people who spend a lot of time telling you how cool they are. Like, motherfucker, people are cool. Everyone knows who's cool. If you had to tell me, you ain't cool. I know I'm not cool, but fuck you. I have to think of, at least I know it. I don't go around like, I'm so fucking hot,
In your defense, Joe, I just heard that you went a year without pay. And I know what you had for Christmas dinner because I saw the pictures. And it was a tad better than what I had. I looked at those pictures, and that was something to post.
Thank you. I am. I don't know how to cook everything, but the things I know how to cook, I know how to cook very well.
Yeah, I
for anyone who was wondering, I made rib roast and Yorkshire puddings.
Okay,
alphas are the people that get things done.
Since we're on the topic of something a bit more lighthearted, starting with you, Joe, and working our way back around to Rob before me. So Joe, Sister Danger, Michael, Kazoom, Rob, and me. Okay, just to make clear, what is your absolute favorite meal? Not necessarily that you have to cook yourself, but your favorite meal. If you could have whatever you wanted.
Ooh, that's tough.
Meal or anything, but whatever you wanted in the whole world, what's your favorite to eat?
That's a tough question.
It's like asking what your favorite song is, isn't it?
Yeah, because I it's very mood specific. I guess I can give you my top three.
Okay, what's your favorite thing to eat for dinner?
Oh, well, that's still a tough question.
My 3 meals.
I mean, I would say for like chicken vindaloo is one of them. But my the roast beef in Yorkshires is another one, because that's one of my favorites to make. That and fried turkey and the various desserts I make. I make a mean creme brulee and cheesecake. But yeah, I think it's probably it would probably be one of those two, I think. I mean, there's other things I like. I love shrimp, but probably anything Cajun, too, but probably, yeah, probably. I mean, I would say I eat vindaloo more than anything else.
What about you, Sister D?
You actually wanted me to answer that. I'm sorry. I thought I got left out of that question. I thought you literally named everybody except me. And then when I heard the question, I was like, whew. I do not have an answer for that question. What would, if I had to choose one meal for forever?
Not forever.
No, not forever. Just what's your favorite?
Meal? Like
Well, I guess
whatever you wanted.
That's how I determined partially what is your favorite. Like if it like, would I be able to eat this forever? Right? And if the answer is yes, then it's going on to the probably closer to a favorite than lesser to a favorite, right? So, but I don't know. It's easier to count the things I don't like. I mean, I don't like 7 things that I've ever tasted of all the many things I've tasted. So I will pretty much eat anything, and I don't even know how to begin to narrow that down. I mean, it depends on what my mood is, for example. I mean, I guess if you were to take the the woo approach, you go with your first response, like your gut instinct. And when you ask the question, the first word that popped into my mind was tacos.
Tacos. Okay. What about you, Michael?
If we're going based on what I choose to eat all the time, it's a pumpkin spice latte in the morning and chicken something. I eat a lot of chicken.
AOD drinks pumpkin spice, #pumpkin spice.
I make it now because it's out of season.
Mine, I would have to just be a hard choice between a really good lasagna or chicken parmesan or chicken mole. Done right, though, it's got to be done right. But those 3 things are probably my favorites.
Okay, so if it's something I'm gonna cook at home, I make this awesome pork fried rice that I got from those meal things. They send you all the ingredients.
Yeah.
And
like Blue Apron or something.
They had one. It was a pork fried rice, and I kind of twisted the recipe around for something that I could do on my own and not to worry about where I'm going to get the ingredients from. So I have that, and I make that like at least once a week. I love it. If it's something I'm going to buy out, Olive Garden has this soup. I can't remember the name of it, but I learned how to make it because I loved it so much. It is a sausage potato soup. It's fucking fantastic. It's one of the best things you can buy anywhere.
That sounds good, man. Yeah. Well, speaking for myself, I have different answers to questions depending on the nuance. If I'm saying what's my favorite thing to eat for dinner, that is so easy for me because a chicken fowl from a good Indian restaurant with pilau rice and 2 naans to eat with it, and probably about 3 pints of Coke as well. Because honestly, when you eat a fowl, you perspire.
Oh, wow. Yeah, fowls are, I mean, they're even hotter than
rice, and it's super, super, super hot. But the flavor, oh my God, it's just, you get this like euphoria when you eat a fowl as well. It's like it's really, really nice. But my favorite food in terms of actual singular thing to eat, my favorite actual food on the planet is the humble spud, right? Because I could eat plain potato chips, or as I say in Britain, ready salted crisps, every fucking day for my whole entire life and still wish I had more.
So if you were going on that premise of there is one thing that one food that I always think about that I wish I could have again. And when my first job ever in life, I worked at an Italian restaurant for all through high school. My family was friends with the family, and it was a very close-knit working relationship. It wasn't just like the Olive Garden, very corporate. This was a family-owned Italian restaurant. So because everybody knew everybody, then it kind of was like an extended family. But the chef there, who I still know and still in contact with, on particularly busy nights, at the end of the night, even though he wasn't supposed to, he would make me one of his specialty dishes, which was salmon fettuccine. And he is such a good chef. The last time I checked, he was actually working at the Space Needle as like one of their lead chefs at the Space Needle. Very, very good. And he would make me salmon fettuccine just for me and be like, here's your salmon fettuccine. And then I'd be like, best, like it still stands out in my mind as like the best salmon fettuccine Italian anything ever. It will never be touched. It is like on a golden plate, right?
So I have to agree with my good friend here, Paul. The spud is like the miracle food.
Do you mean any old potato, or do you mean a special kind of potato? Because
French fries, mashed potatoes.
Many ways to cook a potato, man.
What type of?
I got a dish for you. Wait, I got a dish for you. I love this. Here's a good one. This is a Puerto Rican. Actually, it's Peruvian, but I know a lot of Puerto Rican households they serve it. Lomo saltado. Love lomo saltado. And that's potatoes and rice and steak. With onions and peppers and oh my god,
I could eat that for a long time.
So
fantastic.
So when it comes to potatoes, what's your favorite type? My favorite are the small red skin potatoes, but some people like russets the most. What are you guys?
A russet is a small red skin potato?
No, I don't. No, a russet's one of the larger ones that are. They're much larger and they have the kind of brown skin.
Yeah, russets are a large mealy potato. The small ones, the small red ones, are waxy potatoes. I like Yukon Golds because they're kind of the versatile. They can do almost anything. They're not as fluffy as the russet, and they're not as waxy as the new potatoes. So they're good all around potato. You can do almost anything with them. There's a few things that the specialists are better for, but if you had to pick one potato and live with it the rest of your life, Yukon Gold will cover 95% of what you want.
I like the new potato. I like the red potatoes. For roasted potatoes, for home fries, and for mashed potatoes with the skin on.
Yep.
Right. Fan-fucking-tastic. A little bit of garlic. See, now I'm gonna get hungry. God damn it.
little maybe a little Romano or something in there too.
Oh man, that sounds good. Deep Ashtray said purple potatoes are delicious. And I have to say that one of the things I love about living, in this very modern age is the fact that you can get grapes that have been genetically altered to taste like cotton candy or something, and you can get food in like all the colors. You can have purple carrots and white carrots and orange carrots and purple potatoes and like all the colors. It's incredible to me. Purple cauliflower, what? Like I really like the fact that like it's crazy and awesome, and science is cool.
It's amazing that the potato was unknown to most of the world for so long.
Yeah, it's a crop of the Americas.
Yeah.
And
now it's everywhere.
Yeah.
But for a long time in Europe, there were people that wouldn't eat them because they thought they were like evil.
They thought they were poisonous because they're in the nightshade family. Same thing with tomatoes. Now think about Italian cooking. Because we think normally when we think of Southern and Central Italian cooking, we think tomatoes. But that's like 200 years, and that's it. And it only started 200 years ago, and it didn't really take hold to about 100, 150. Hell, even in India, tomatoes. There's so many, tomato-based curries, and none of that shit was there until like 150 years ago, or potatoes for that matter. And you got to thank the Portuguese for that because they went everywhere and brought potatoes and tomatoes with them everywhere they went.
Yeah.
I think
French fries started in Belgium, not even in France.
Yeah.
Well, what about English breakfast tea and French toast, English muffins?
Well, at least French toast is based on a French thing, pain perdu. But And actually, even English muffins, they do have. They're very similar to crumpets. Crumpets.
Crumpets, yeah.
Crumpets, they're
They are.
basically very similar to crumpets. Yeah.
And that Thomas dude, William Thomas, whatever the fuck his name was, he was from England, so you know.
Crumpets are delicious, by the way. I mean, there's a super cool place in Seattle in Pike's Place Market that sells crumpets, and you can get them with maple butter. Like they sell them with maple butter and what is the word that I'm thinking of? You'll know it, Paul. It's the
Nutella, yeah.
Yeah.
Some maple butter, Joe. What do you think about that?
Was that?
Maple butter. What do you think?
Oh, you're gonna think you saw my thing earlier. I despise maple with a passion, and so like I made a post the other day where I said like. Because I was dishing about something else, and then I'm like, while I'm yelling at Canadians, Canadians and New Englanders, you don't need to tell me that pancake syrup isn't real maple. That's why I'm eating it, because real maple's fucking disgusting. So I that's why I eat pancake syrup, and I don't want the real stuff. I'm like, you can have your disgusting fetid tree blood. And
What do you mean by real?
Well, because if you buy something that says pancake syrup, there's little to no actual maple out of a sap out of a tree.
As in okay.
It has to actually say maple syrup on the bottle or on the container to have maple in it. It might say maple flavor. That's not real maple.
Right. It has to have at least 10% maple sap as its constituent in order to count as to call it maple on the bottle. But that's the thing. I can't stand actual maple, so I think it's wretched. So like, yeah, because the thing is, anytime I've mentioned syrup, and like it's usually Canadians, but sometimes Vermonters, but it's like, yeah, that's not real. It's not real maple. Good, fuck maple. And then the same thing with. Anytime I've ever mentioned disco fries in the presence of a Canadian, they have to go out of their way to tell me it's not poutine. I'm like, didn't call it poutine because we use mozzarella or cheddar, civilized cheeses, not that squeaky shit that you guys use.
Oh my God! I saw somebody posted something the other day. It's this picture, right? And they were like, "Oh my God, this is so awesome! A 4-cheese pizza." Which great, 4-cheese, great, right? One of the cheeses was American.
Yeah.
I wanted to comment all in caps, and I left it alone. I walked away, but I wanted to comment all in caps. American cheese is not fucking cheese. It's not cheese. It's barely a dairy product. It's supposed to be real.
It's called cheese food. And although I will say, I do not mind American cheese on a burger. That's the only place I'll accept it.
I can't tell if you guys are being I can't tell if when you say American cheese isn't cheese, if you actually mean it literally, as in it doesn't meet the definition of what defines a cheese,
right? Because in order to be classified as cheese, it must be made from milk and rennet. And what those American singles are made from neither.
They're mostly.
Oh, the singles. Those aren't cheese. I don't think anybody knew that.
Okay, like melting American cheese, like on a burger.
Yeah.
It'll melt really nicely, and and you can sometimes depending on the brand of cheese, you can get an American cheese to melt into kind of a liquidy, and you can use that for like broccoli and all kinds of stuff, and it's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. But to cook with American cheese, it doesn't work. It turns black. It gets plasticky. Like it gets like American cheese. It's not real cheese. It's terrible.
What do you guys have? What do you guys think? Because like the American cheese thing is a good example, and the maple syrup thing is an example I was already aware of, where you have to. It actually has to have maple sap in it for you to call it maple syrup. But what do you guys think about the false controversy which was happening earlier this year about how milk producers in America, dairy producers, don't want you to be able to say soya milk, cocoa milk, or anything else because it's not coming from an animal, and milk by definition is the process of lactating mammals, right? So if it's not from a lactating mammal, how can you call it milk?
I joke about that. Like Lewis Black is a great joke. There's no soy milk because there's no soy titties. But the thing is that they have it a little bit off because I believe the verb actually predates the name of the substance. That to milk something is the act of to extract the liquid from. So it's actually not improper. And again, I'm kind of pedantic about shit like this, but it's actually not improper to call those. Now, soy might be a little bit different because the way they extract it is, kind of weird. But it's not improper to call these other things milk. Same thing like coconut milk. Those dairy producers are not complaining about coconut milk, so they should probably shut the fuck up about soy milk and almond milk.
So I'm gonna go with they don't have a leg to stand on. So I'm reading the actual definition, or at least one of them. It's just Google definition for the word milk. An opaque white fluid rich in fat and protein, secreted by female mammals for the nourishment of their young. So first of all, like this definition is it, like, if you were to take it literally, it's rather insufficient, because obviously that would imply that the only purpose milk can have is for the nourishment of the young. Otherwise, it can't be qualified as milk. Like that can be the only reason that it was secreted, right? So anyway, female mammals though, and one might argue that the parts of so I know that plants have some plants have male and female, like there's separate the male and females of each one of them. They have to grow near one another so that they can, right? So I don't know, perhaps it is the female plant that is producing the coconut that is being milked. I don't know. It doesn't matter if the plant is a mammal. I'm not sure. Aren't there types of animals out there where it's actually the male that does the feeding of the little ones or the birthing of the little ones, kind of a thing?
Male seahorses give birth to their young. I know that.
Although those wouldn't be mammals, I suppose. But yeah, so I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know. I think that definition is not meant to be quite perfectly literal, right?
Right.
So since the definition isn't meant to be quite perfectly literal, then they can just take a step to the side. We'll call coconut milk, almond milk, and it'll all be good. So
cockroach milk.
I actually think that the idea of using cockroaches as a protein replacement and by grinding them up and using them in things is not a terrible idea, to be perfectly honest. They are very economically sustainable and probably
they're very hard to milk.
Hard to milk, but not hard to kill and grind. Okay, sorry, I take it back. They are somewhat hard to kill. It's true. You probably have to put them in a blender with a nuclear explosive in order to kill them. But and hope for the best. But yeah, so they probably don't taste actually like much, because they're bugs, and my experience with bugs is that they're just crunchy and that they don't really taste like much. It's just the idea of putting a creepy crawly in your mouth. It's kind of gross, but not that,
So you're saying you Cuisinart those bugs and everything's cool?
That is kind of what I'm saying. If you are to grind cockroaches, then use them sort of in the way that you use a protein supplement to put into, say, like a fruit drink, right? I think that cockroaches can actually be great for that and that sort of thing.
I've had all kinds of stuff in my mouth. I don't really threatened by a bug.
And almost certainly some of it might have been worse than cockroaches.
It might have been milk.
It was white.
It was 1%. Oh man, does that mean if it was 1% milk, does that mean it was a biker? I mean, if you get that joke, then you hang around with bikers, I guess. If you get that joke, so okay, I'm done.
What do you mean we're all staring at you? What do you mean?
That's actually what I mean. You're all staring at me now, and I just
whatever do you mean, my dear?
Actually, I can kind of see through this now. I feel kind of like Assassin's Creed almost. I didn't realize the weave on this was so wide. Ooh. I find that I find that whole conversation about going out at nighttime, the whole curfew conversation, so fascinating. Because what happened to Jack, by the way? I mean, he hasn't been here for like an hour. Where'd he go?
His Wi-Fi jumps out sometimes. I think that was because he didn't warn us that he was going.
I
So
know.
I think his Wi-Fi must have just dumped out.
One of the things that I used to do when I was in high school was I would go in my head, I called it going running. And we lived on a golf course, and I would go out at night past 10 p.m. And all I would do was, because you weren't supposed to, I would run up and down the golf course, right? The whatever hole number we lived on, I don't really even remember, but I would just run up and down the fairway of this golf course, and the sprinklers would come on, and I would dodge the sprinklers, and people don't really have fences in their backyards when you live on a golf course, right? It's like kind of all one big beautiful landscape area. And so I would run through people's yards, but not in the way that, I'm just on your grass. And then I would and it was like very, it was always very fascinating to me about how in the dark, these lines that we imaginarily construct in our head all would disappear. Like one person's yard versus the next person's yard in the middle of the night ceases to be important, right? It's just all kind of one big area that you're sort of going through, and nobody cares, if that makes any sense. And it's funny because I was just thinking about that whole curfew thing, and just I don't know. I feel like so much would be diminished if people couldn't go out at night.
Well, it's contrary to freedom, full stop. I mean, the whole concept of a curfew is anti-freedom. So I think that's why everybody's uncomfortable with it.
I find it terrifying, actually.
Yeah, it is terrifying because if they can stop you going out at night, they can control what you do during the day as well. And where does it fucking end, right? So it's a point where I think the slippery slope argument has a lot of merit. If you let them do curfews, what else are you going to give up?
It's
Well, you get to figure out the context matters, though, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Well, context does matter because right now, I personally think they're not going far enough in the United States. I mean, when I was living in the UK in the spring and we locked down, I mean, the curve went right down. I mean, it really did, and the only things that were open were places where you could buy food or medicine or gasoline. And if you had to work in those places, you needed a permit. If you had to work in a hospital, you needed a permit in case you got stopped because you were likely to get stopped. You weren't supposed to be more than 5 kilometers away from your house, unless you were going to get food. That was it, So, but here, when I came over here, even though things were still more locked down in July than they are now, there's loads of businesses that are closed and stuff, but most everything's open.
Most everything's open, and everybody's screaming as if all of their rights are being taken away and they're being locked up in their homes. I mean, people are acting as though that they're really being infringed on, and they're really not. I mean, it's just
the thing that really bothers me about this, and I don't mean to sound like a fucking broken record about it, but I mean, everybody, including me, is going, I'm sick and tired of the coronavirus. I'm sick of it too. And because I'm sick of it, I'm doing what I have to do to do my part. And what I fucking can't stand, what pisses me off and makes me want to scream at the sun, is that people are the same people are going, oh, my freedom, I don't want to lose my normal life, are the ones who need to stay home so that we can have our normal life back. The longer we go out there and fucking mingle and twingle, the longer it's going to take us for us to get to that place where you want to be. And it's just,
I mean,
it's really
in your room. They'd rather not include your room every day. Just don't mess it up every day. You know what I mean?
It's really like, it's been working like this. Hi, this is the government. Can you do us a favor and social distance? Wear a mask. It's really the best thing you can do. And only so many people in the store at a time, and it's got to close by 10. All right, and the response is, oh my God, this is tyranny. I have freedoms. You're infringing on me personally. We need to burn down the government. That's the conversation that's being had today. And it's a fucking mess.
Right.
Well, it's unfortunate that people haven't gotten more help from the government. I mean,
Right.
during these times, it wouldn't be so bad for these businesses either going under or in the process of going under, or they're going to go under soon, where people are losing their livelihoods. At least they could get paid while that's happening. So we can, I mean, there's so much more that should have been done by the government to give people help.
And all of that stuff comes down to Trump, and I hate because everybody. I know I'm biased and everything, but like when I was in the UK in the springtime, I was working on furlough, and I was getting paid 100% of my wages. The government 80%, and I was lucky enough to work for a company that bumped in the extra 20%, so we didn't lose any money at all. You know, and the fact is, Trump wanted people to go back to work before fucking Easter. Right. So he never wanted things to shut down. They didn't want to pay people to stay home, which is necessary. If you want to bring this shit under control, you have to enable people to follow the restrictions.
I mean, the mindset.
Follow restrictions, and then you make it. Then people don't want to follow these restrictions because they don't make it easy for them to.
The right-wing mindset is, if you help people, they will not work. So. Right. Sure, we can shut down. The government can send everybody checks, but when the virus is over, no one will go back to work. Everyone will be on drugs, at home, collecting checks, and just being degenerates forever and ever and ever.
And think about this. Think about this extension of that. What it really comes down to is this. The right wing, on the one hand, says we don't need much in the way of government, if any at all, because people can be trusted to manage their own affairs, and they're best left not managing their affairs. And yet their policies are based on the idea that people can't be trusted because if you leave them to their own affairs, that they'll be scumbags.
If I could take this back to the milk conversation, and the original question of how do you feel about these dairy farmers asking for this concession of the definition of milk favoring them, I think that a lot of the people who are screaming have family members that are privileged, in that they might have a large business that is being highly affected by this, and they have generational wealth that is being threatened.
Hold on.
Now, you have big, giant restaurants that are competing on DoorDash right next to pop-ups, and people are like, I've never tried this restaurant before because it didn't exist before, you know. And anyone with a kitchen of any size can be right next to other places on DoorDash. And there's new generational wealth being started, and old generational wealth having the burden of property taxes on a giant building, right? They're upset about the upheaval that this represents, because there is always opportunity in all of this destruction. And that's what they don't want. They don't want the social norms to flip.
Right.
So when they say that, when you're saying that they're, what I could see an argument for the intellectual property of the word milk, if it could be shown that the idea of milk belonging, like, or somebody else using it in the capacity of say almond milk or whatever, coconut milk, if it being used in that capacity was in some way confusing to the customer such that it detrimented their business, and if that is not happening, then I do not think, to realistically answer that question, I do not think they have any place in making this argument, right? It's, if nobody's that I've ever known in my life is confused about the fact that almond milk comes from almonds and that it's not in any way cow milk, right? Or anything that. So
that's right. And basically people seek almond milk as an alternative on purpose.
Right.
And whereas, you think about in France, they have the Appellation Contrôlée, and like one of the things that gets controlled is the word champagne. In order for it to be champagne, it's sparkling wine that comes from a specific region, like, in France. And that's because every other people make sparkling wine, that could be confusing because that the average person calls all sparkling wine champagne because they don't know the difference.
Yes.
It's not Coca-Cola unless it comes from the Atlanta region of Georgia.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that there is any market confusion here, and that is one of the legal tests for you. What, you disagree?
I disagree.
I agree with that.
The milk industry spent a lot of money lobbying for schools to mandatorily put out milk made from cows and not all that other crap. They lobby for special protections for their milk to be delivered in certain ways. Now they're having to compete in grocery stores for those same clientele that used to be given just milk and no option of oat milk or almond milk. Those grocery stores have everything in it, and the people finding no milk there that was really from a cow started picking up the other stuff.
Right,
this
but
has nothing to do with what the definition of milk is.
No, it has everything to do with it, because one of the things that they would have to prove in court, is brand confusion between the product and between what it is called. So a good example of this is Kleenex. If I say to you, I would like a Kleenex, you know that I mean any brand ever of tissue paper, right? If I say to you that, hey, will you pour me a glass of milk? You don't think to yourself, she means almond milk. Every single person defaults to cow milk.
Here's something that, being from New Jersey, Joe and I, we could talk about this for centuries. This has been a dispute in this state forever. I say Taylor ham. Joe says
Pork roll.
And there's no difference between the two items. Taylor ham is a brand name of pork roll. Half of the state, yeah. Well, still is Taylor ham. I mean, I buy brand.
Well, the company is Taylor, but they Taylor's product actually says pork roll on it.
Well, so right. my point here, though, is like Xerox. This is the same as Xerox and a photocopy, right?
Right. Oak tag. Everybody knows what oak tag is, right?
I don't know what oak tag is.
It's poster board, but it's the brand name is oak tag. In a lot of places, you just say oak tag.
Yeah, in New Jersey, we grew up with it all called oak tag.
Yeah, Kleenex, Windex.
So the thing is, though, is that when you see other brands, they cannot call it Kleenex, right? They can make tissue paper, but they can't call it Kleenex because that's the brand name. And I guess that because another like off-brand tissue paper is so close to what Kleenex is in everyone's minds, that Kleenex has a claim to protecting that. But I don't think almond milk in the mind of the populace is all conflated with cow milk. No, when you go to a restaurant and you order a glass of milk, nobody says
they have to prove. Quit thinking about it that way.
Why?
What it is they can injure that company just by bringing a lawsuit, no matter what the frivolous claim is. They're trying to injure their competitors.
Right.
They have injured themselves, and they're having to compete in a different marketplace. They're trying to push them out. They can raise whatever lawsuits they want, as long as those lawsuits cost the other company money. They're injuring them.
Right. They're frivolous, but they can do it.
They don't have to prove anything. They just have to cost the company money.
Well, no, I mean, I was just saying sure. But I think that's a different point. I think that's a different subject than to whether or not they should be doing this, right?
So I'm saying these dairy farmers have a protected marketplace, and now we're seeing where those protections are. They couldn't get their milk to the stores in a way that they could keep the same amount of production because all of their protected lines were cut off. They don't deliver to schools anymore. They don't deliver to restaurants anymore.
But there are certain industries and there are certain brands also that are so large. They have so much power, like Fruit of the Loom, right? They sue you, you're fucked. I mean, they'll come after you, over the use of certain words or the use of certain designs, and they'll come after you, and you're screwed. The beef industry sued Oprah.
Right.
And I mean, and it was just like, I don't remember what came with it. Didn't you have to make some kind of a statement that she's like, personally doesn't have a problem with the beef industry?
I don't remember the actual final resolution. All I remember was Oprah was put in a position where she literally couldn't back down. and she had to see it through.
What did they sue her
She
over?
couldn't settle out of court. She had to see it through. I know that.
She said something. I think she said something on the air about being a vegan or something, or
I'll
not
tell you
eating.
what she said. The foot and mouth crisis was happening in the UK, and there was news stories where there were literally piles of cattle being burned in the farm. Everybody in the whole country had to burn their cows, and there are literally piles of burning carcasses of cows that you were seeing on the news every night for months at a time. And Oprah said, "I may never eat beef again." That's all she said.
And the beef industry said, "Oh hell no!" And then they
Because beef is a protected
And it's
part.
certainly not illegal to say to say that, there's nothing, and nor is it even is it defamatory. But yeah, it's a slap suit. It's basically saying I'm gonna make my opponent spend a lot of resources defending themselves.
What did they sue her over though? Like what was it about that statement
they
that was
said-
supposedly?
basically they're saying that Oprah has enough. Yeah, they're saying that Oprah has enough power. That merely her saying that could damage the beef industry. There was a similar one with Michael Jordan, I think, and one of the like underwear manufacturers. There was just something similar with that. I don't remember exactly what that was. Oh no, he said something on Oprah's show about the brand of underwear that he was working for, and sales went through the roof. And that was basically their evidence that Oprah can make and break an industry or a company.
So did she win or did she lose that lawsuit?
I think she won. Yeah,
Put a lot of money.
yeah. I think she won because they were. I mean, basically, their argument is you don't have free speech because you're famous, and you can't.
Yes.
You can't make that argument.
Yeah. That does seem what it would boil down to. I had not heard of this at all, so I was just curious as to. I'm
was
sorry
back in
for
the
asking
90s.
so many questions. Yeah, I've never. I don't pay attention
It was
to
a long time ago.
There's
It was a
crap I don't pay attention to.
Yeah. In fact, it might have just been right after the turn of the century because it was foot and mouth, and that was right after I moved to Cornwall. So it might have been year 2000.
It was mad cow.
Huh?
I don't know if mad cow and foot and mouth are the same thing, but it was mad cow disease.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not cow disease.
Yeah. Foot and mouth is anthrax, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah, mad cow
The
disease.
internet was a baby at the time, and there was all those mad cow memes that were floating around with the mad cow laughing hysterically. That's how you know you got mad cow disease.
And one thing that Michael said a little bit ago, I think it was important, was that when he said about how there's opportunity in the destruction.
Mm-hmm.
The irony of and he's right, and the irony of the way these larger companies are acting, because they are afraid of exactly that, is that's how a lot of them got to be where they are, because they basically took the downfall of others as opportunities to advance themselves. We've talked about how much money Jeff Bezos has made just this year, more money than most Americans will ever make. If you added us all up, he made more in a year than So, and I'm exaggerating, but he made just some ridiculous sum of money.
He's made tens of billions of dollars.
Tens of billions of dollars, and the thing about it is that, that's why, as much as it's certainly bad for many people, obviously what's happened with business and a lot of other things, but it doesn't. I heard some people saying, "Oh, we're going to be destroyed for a decade and all this." I'm like, no, because what ends up happening is new stuff pops up. It's very sad that there's like restaurants that were institutions that have been around for 50, 75, 100 years. It's terrible because those experiences are going to be gone. But you know what? There's going to be new places that are going to fill the void.
Yeah. I was saying that in the beginning. The companies that don't make it, they're not going to make it because, obviously not for all of them, but for some of them, it's because they weren't creative enough.
Yeah.
If they weren't creative enough, maybe they deserve to die off. And because they existed in the first place, that means there was a customer base for them. So once they're gone, somebody will step in to fill the void.
Right.
It's not like, oh my God, we're never going to be able to buy a cheeseburger again because the cheeseburger store closed.
Right.
One thing that really bothers me about the way things are unfolding is the fact is that the oligarch class has not suffered from the pandemic financially, and
They never do.
They're not gonna.
It's not in their interest to see it end anytime soon.
Well,
And-
see, here's the thing, Paul, and they never do, and that's why. I mean, I say it bothers me in the broad sense, but it doesn't. I don't spend any time worrying about it because they never ever do. A few of them, but as a class, they don't, because they have so much money. It's so easy for them to just move their money around, and they're also in for the long haul. So, and they're well diversified. So, if, okay, 10% of my stocks totally tank. Okay, that sucks. That's a bad year. But the other 90%, some of those are going to make out because if I, and then they also have the kind of money that when the new things like Rob and I were just talking about come out, they're going to have the money to be on top of those. And they're going to buy into those as well. So it really, it's actually hard. Like Chris Rock was talking about the difference between rich and wealth. You lose rich with a bad drug habit in one summer. He says you can't get rid of wealth. He says you can't even try to get rid of to lose wealth. A whole panoply generational shit has to happen for you to lose wealth.
Oh, it's hot.
Like Joe was saying, some of the oligarchs might have felt a little bit of pain, right? But as a class, now they'll see your bones ground up before they feel any pain at all. Right. They don't give a I mean, you will be dust under their feet before they feel pain.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that basically because they face no consequences whatsoever, no real consequences, they have no reason to use. There's no incentive to use the power they have to make things better. So we've talked, about the whole thing about rate. The top marginal rate used to be a lot higher than it is, and the overall economy was healthier because it wasn't dependent on everything, and there was more growth because market capitalism depends on the flow of money. It's that constant churning and churning. The more churning there is, the more growth there is. But basically, they don't care because they'd rather be bigger. They'd rather be bigger fish in a smaller pond because they have more relative power that way, and they're insulated from everything that happens. Because if they got, let's just say they lost half their wealth, they'd still be stupid wealthy, but their power proportionally would be a lot less, and they care more about their power than their money, than the absolute value of their money.
Yeah, I mean, like Deep Ashtray said that's the mindset of privilege. The ultra rich don't think they'll be affected by climate change either, and I agree with that to a point. I think there are many that don't think they'll be affected by it. They say that it's a hoax, that it's not real, but I don't believe that they really believe that.
No,
I believe they have enough money to buy themselves comfort when it happens, and if they don't, and just shit hits the fan, it doesn't matter anyway because they'll be dead. So either way,
and that's literally where they think. Because I've been reading for the last 15 years about how a lot of them are starting to sell off their shore property. That's why shore property, which is always highly valued, is not as expensive as it used to be because that inland. They've been all looking at those maps of where the new shoreline is going to be, and they're buying up because they have the money to do it. And here's one thing as far as making hay out of disaster. When I started my business January 26th of 2009, the first year I was kind of, contracting. I wasn't like a full service company, but the following, late in that year I did. You think about it, when I started the business, it was during the financial crisis, and actually I was kind of necessitated by it because I lost my job, and I was for the first time ever, I was actually about to run out of my unemployment money, which I'd never ever come close to that before. I'd always been able to find a job within 90 days. But I created the company, and I kind of depended on the fact that because things were so shit and everyone was so desperate that I'd actually have a chance. Normally, at the time I was a one-man band. If people have a choice of going to some guy who's working in their back office in their house versus an established company, even if the established company is more expensive, they're probably going to go with the established company. But when everyone's desperate and everything's shit, and they're just trying to get duct tape and baling wire and keep their shit together, and I come along and I'm like half the price of the big competitors, they're willing to give me a shot. And so that allowed me to actually create so it's funny because a lot of people are like, oh, well, businesses are going to be hurt. I'm like, well, the people, I had some unique advantages, I didn't have to worry about, I had another income in the house. So it wasn't like I had to worry about starving to death or losing my, getting kicked out, losing my house, getting repossessed or anything. But I actually depended on the bad economic times to establish my business. And now I'm established. But I'm also not a billionaire. So
Lucas said a lot of rich people are moving to Montana and buying up land. I actually saw a piece of property. I'm 99% sure it was Montana. A piece of property for sale in Montana for like some ridiculous amount of money, where there's like a fairy tale castle and village.
Montana. I'm just saying, I literally went to that place last year. Like, I did a whole walkthrough of it. It has secret rooms and closets and shit. Like, it's on my YouTube. You can actually see it on my channel. That's cool.
That place is on the market. That place is on the market, and it's absolutely fucking amazing. And if I were rich, I'd buy it.
So I'll tell you what. So it's 10 acres. It's divided by a road that goes through it. If you're talking about Bitterroot Castle, which is in Darby, and when we went through it, it was on the market. The guy was selling it for about $550,000. Since last year, it has gone up at least $200,000. It's like $750,000 now. Now, I don't know if that's because somebody bought it, and there on the inside of it, there were huge portions that needed immense amount of work, as in the sidewalling, because this guy was building it himself. So there was a lot of places where the wall, for example, it didn't have the drywall up yet, and so you could like see the wood slats in the wall. There was a whole unfinished rooms in the upstairs area. But it's like, if you had $500,000, or could get a mortgage of $500,000, you could plop it down on this piece of property, which had some RV spots right across the street, right? It had like something like, there was 5 garages and one huge garage unit, which was just a massive,
I just looked it up. That's not the place.
That's not the place. There's another one.
that place is cool, and that's a cool castle. That's not the place. Now, this place is on a lake. It's got a whole bunch of bedrooms and the doorways in like the main like castle. The doorways are all big, like giant circles.
Yeah, like a hobbit.
It's like out of a storybook.
That sounds cool. I got to find out where that place is. So.
And it's a few $1 million. It's a few $1 million. I'm like, I want it.
Oh man,
I want to open it as a resort.
I'm telling you, like, if we would have had the money if we would have been able to get the mortgage for that place in Darby, we would have got it. It was freaking awesome. And Montana is beautiful. Like, right. Montana is beautiful. The places we look now are in northeastern Washington, and pretty much northeastern Washington all the way out across North Idaho and all the way into Montana are all just green and forested and mountainous and gorgeous.
I'm looking at it I'm looking at it on Zwillow. It's pretty cool. But yeah, what I'm talking about, oh my God, it's amazing. I gotta find it. So I saw it on Facebook. I gotta find it.
I have to say, when I was driving back from California in September, we, rather than going straight home, we went via Idaho, and I was amazed at how fucking beautiful Idaho is. I wasn't ready for that. I mean, I had been to Idaho as a child, and I don't think I remembered it anywhere near as well as I should have, because it's just gorgeous. It's just beautiful. I used to think, why would anybody live in Idaho? Now I know. Sister D, you're muted.
I'm sorry. In southern Idaho, you're in the desert. In northern Idaho, it's beautiful.
Well, it was really nice in the southern part we were in. We went to Sun Valley, which was beautiful.
And what time of year did you go?
September. All the trees were fucking changing bright yellow and orange and red and shit. It was absolutely.
I'm just saying, high summer in southern Idaho is probably pretty tumbleweed,
No,
you're right.
We were for sure. No. Yeah.
Not to diss on Idaho, because like every time I drive through it going, east west, it's beautiful and gorgeous. And so we've looked for property all over the place. We're just like keeping our eyes open for that place to come along. And so I don't know. Can I ask a question of you guys that has nothing to do with though castles? And okay, so back to kind of what we were talking about before, the whole new money, old money, and inherited wealth. Can you guys think of anybody who has become some kind of new money, I guess, that not through inherited or generational wealth, like that has not done it via their ingenuity in their industry or business or whatever it is that they've done? Like, can you think of anybody like? Because I guess when I think that new money becomes generated because somebody has started a different type of a business, right? Or it is because they have had the ingenuity to do so. And this is what creates the new. That's why it's new. It's not inherited, right? It's not old enough to be inherited and built up over generations. But the only way that that comes into existence is through people's business ingenuity.
Like Zuckerberg, for example.
Right. Wait, where could Zoom go? He was just going to say
He
something.
waved and then left.
Oh, I thought he was. I thought he was like he had an
Yeah,
answer.
me too. I thought he was trying to get in. Whoops.
The reason sorry, go ahead.
What level of new money that you would be referring to? Like, is there a threshold? Because I do know of, say, strippers who paid their way through med school to become doctors so that they could start establishing generational wealth. I've heard that story a few times.
Right, but would you? Yes, but
are we talking about above 10 million?
I guess I would say yes, because I would say that if you're there generational wealth, the kind that you're talking about, to the established kind where it's built up, like not you've done, like Mark Zuckerberg in his one lifetime, no generations, has established huge and immense wealth. And this is what I mean, versus the idea, kind of what I think of actually, not, and I hope this isn't a racist thing to say, but like kind of the Jewish idea where families will start a thing and with the foresight over generations that then their children will inherit this business and grow it and grow it. And by the time you get, say, 3 or 4 generations down the road, you now actually have a very rich, your family is now rich and you have money. And what I'm not talking really about wealth that is grown in that fashion. I'm talking about like the kind of Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, like that type of, or say like,
it has to be from ingenuity, because you can't just magic money out of the air. You either have to have talent, skill,
right,
ingenuity. You need one of those things. You know, if you can sing, or if you can play sports, or if you invent something that no one's ever done before, that kind of thing. Like Facebook, for example. As much as we might all criticize it, bottom line is it took over the world.
right.
By any measure, it was very successful.
I guess the reason I bring it up is because I think that it speaks to that, back to this idea that the truly important and valuable thing is the idea. Which speaks kind of to what we were saying earlier about how if the businesses don't survive, then this is kind of their fault for not having the ingenuity to figure out how to make themselves sustainable, right? Like, does that make sense? Like, they are not adapting.
Yeah, it's certain to a large measure. There's a little bit more to it than that, because of the oligarchs have the ability to kind of put people into situations where even the best of them might not be able to survive through these kind of situations. But for the most part, yeah. And that's the thing. What's kind of interesting is that like there are plenty of restaurants. I know we've been ordering out a lot because you get sometimes you get fed up, you don't feel like cooking, and so yeah, there are businesses like Indian restaurants, for instance, that I've gotten food from that pre-COVID never delivered this far away, but now because they got to stay in business, and they say, all right, fine, we'll go through DoorDash and we'll let them deliver, and some of them charge a little bit extra fee, but they basically have adapted and said, okay, we found a way to expand our customer base so we can remain in business.
So when I talk about the dairy farmers in particular, probably none of them went into that business thinking, I'm going to be a dairy farmer and that's how I'm going to make my millions. A lot of them have generational wealth in that they got a dairy farm from their parents. A lot of the large farms in Colorado here, those were like given to them in large swaths of land from the government, and it's been passed down by family in generation to generation. And the people who own those large swaths of lands to be farmers, they didn't make their own money. They're trying to protect that generational wealth.
Right, but I guess that my point is I think that's a signal that they are not meant to, because protecting a thing because it is how it has been seems like a red flag for somebody identifying themselves as that which is eventually going to become a fossil, right? Like you are calcified. Ha ha ha! Get that joke right there? Milk people calcified.
Yeah. I mean, well, the thing is, it does cut both ways though, because you do look at a company like Chrysler, and Chrysler was, one step away from the grave, and Jimmy Carter was president, and they bailed out Chrysler. Chrysler's doing fine, It's way bigger than Chrysler's way bigger now than it was, 40 years ago when all this happened, 40 years ago.
So here in Colorado, we have more ranching than we have farming, and we have ag-gag laws that protect the beef industry.
What's that word that you just used?
What's
ad-gag?
G-A-G, like
yes,
like you cannot advertise about a certain thing.
So ag-gag laws are about you can't film the cows going into the slaughterhouse, even if you're across the street on somebody else's property. You can't film their property of cows that are going into the slaughterhouse and start grading them. Like, look, that's a downer cow. That shouldn't be slaughtered. Why are you slaughtering?
How does that not violate the First Amendment?
Oh no! And then you put that as an ad on YouTube, you'll get sued.
Privacy laws, I would say that it violates privacy.
There's no expectation of privacy if you're not on their property, though.
The cows are on their property, and they have an expectation of privacy. I could see that there could be an argument made.
No, cows have no rights under law.
No, the cow doesn't have a right. The people that own the cow, because their property, have a right to privacy.
You have because this gets challenged all the time. If you ever see these First Amendment auditors, basically what they do is they actually go and they film government things and private businesses, but from public land. And in most cases, the person doing the filming wins because you have a First Amendment right. There's no expectation of privacy from anything that's visible in public. They can't go into like restricted areas. They can't go into onto somebody's property to film. But if you're filming from a public land and you are filming something that you can see, basically the way the law generally is that if you have if you don't want someone to see it, then it's up to you to cover it. So in other words, like no one can walk up to my window and film in my window, but if they're standing out on the street or on the sidewalk, if it's visible, they can film it. I have no.
Okay, but hold on. If it's visible though, with what, their own eye, or if it's visible with their telescopic lens that they're using to get from across the street and into your house, where you still have an expectation of privacy, and I would argue that there can be an expectation of privacy.
There's case law already on this. There's case law already. There's tons and tons of case law on this. So you can argue whatever you want.
Is that when I strip down and I get in my window and I start dancing around in my window, I can't get upset that people see me.
Right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have a telephoto lens. If it's visible from public land, it's filmable. And that's generally the case. There are a few rare exceptions, but that is the case. And there's tons and tons. I've got thousands and hundreds of thousands of cases I could point to if I were to pull them out. So
you don't have to. I agree that this is already what the precedent is.
right.
I'm just saying, I'm thinking in my head of how could that potentially be argued such that these laws that AOD has mentioned actually exist and are on the books and can be enforced against people, because somehow somebody argued it successfully and then a law was created.
No. That's the whole thing. You don't have to argue anything. All you have to do to argue to get a law passed is to argue with the lawmakers. They don't have, that's not doesn't mean that it would hold up to scrutiny. The problem is, Michael just did that. That's the thing, because basically, if you're going to get sued by the dairy or the meat people, whatever, if you don't have a truckload of money, they will basically bury you in lawsuits, even though their lawsuits do not have merit and would fail. It doesn't matter because they can outspend you.
Well, I'm coming out to your place and I'm going to do some filming and then I'm going to let them sue me, because surely there has got to be a lawyer that will take that up, knowing that there is so much legal precedent on the other side that they are bound to win. And then I'll be rich because they'll want to settle out of court. You guys want to do this? We can all go in on it together. We'll split it, right? Even if we $500,000 would be $100,000 for all of us. Let's do it.
No, we got to go big so we can buy that place.
Man, right?
I'd say there's no lawyer that's stupid enough to go against that kind of money, but Giuliani is available.
Well,
that's right, but I'm not willing to be sexually assaulted in order to have Giuliani on anything. Yeah. So.
Part of the problem for the lawyers defending the person that would get sued is there's not a lot of money in the defense, because basically
there is if they win.
No, that's not how the civil suit. You'd have to countersue, and there's really not much in the way of grounds to countersue. You'd have to prove that somehow someone violated your rights to in the act of suing you, and that's almost impossible.
That depends on what your countersuit is about. If your countersuit is over a frivolous lawsuit to begin with, for example, and not that they've done anything to you personally.
Countersuits on frivolous lawsuits almost never succeed. Because you generally have to have some sort of grounds. Your grounds has to be that suit was actually a violation of my rights, and then you have to be able to prove. But the suits generally are not, because they don't even sue you for practically anything. So that's the one big hole another big hole in our legal system is that the person being defended, if you win the suit, a lot of people think, well, if you win a civil suit, the other person has to pay. That's not the case in most states. There are a few states where the person losing has to cover the legal fees, but that's not the case in most places. So unfortunately, that's what allows oligarchs to basically sue people. That's why they do these slap suits.
I thought whoever has to pay was actually determined as a part of the suit, meaning that if you wanted the other person to be the other person, be responsible for paying for the entire cost, that would have to be a part of the winning condition. If I win, then you pay. That's not an automatic thing.
That's not an automatic thing in most states.
No, well, that's what I'm saying, is that I didn't think it was automatic. I thought you actually have to specify that is a winning condition for you.
You don't as a defense, you don't specify anything. Either you're found guilty or not guilty of whatever the civil suit is, or a criminal suit, depending on a criminal suit. So the thing is, if you win as a defendant, you don't get anything. The only way you get anything is in most states is you have to countersue, and you have to have some claim to countersue. And if the whole point of the other guy suing you is that he's got lots of money and you don't, you probably don't have the money for the countersuit either. So that's how they get away with this stuff. But if somebody with massive pockets wanted to take them on, they'd probably win, because it's literally an unconstitutional law. But the problem is you can't sue the government over it unless you've been injured by that law, because otherwise you don't have standing. So you'd have to get sued by some company and then maybe sue the government. And even then, all that would happen is overturn the law that wouldn't put any money back in your pocket.
I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So, and that's a big problem. That's something actually John Oliver's touched on a couple times, I think. About, again, he ended up getting sued in a slap suit by one of the coal douchebags that bobbed somebody. And then, of course, being John Oliver, instead of backing down, they did a whole sketch about "fuck you, Bob," and
HBO's money on the line.
that's right. And he won the suit because he's backed by HBO and HBO's lawyers and billions of dollars. So he was able to do that. But HBO has more money than that Cole douchebag, and that Cole douchebag's dead now too, which is awesome.
Okay, listen, guys, I got to get going in a minute, and
All right.
close to 4 hours, and I want to end the show on a bit of a lighter note, if that's all right. So, I think the 5 of us should be able to end the controversy once and for all in the next 10 minutes. Ready? Is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not?
So I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb here and say yes, it is, but also Die Hard 2, by extension, is also a Christmas movie.
Die Hard is a Harry Potter movie.
Harry Potter movie.
Die Hard is what?
A Harry Potter movie.
A Harry Potter movie.
Yes, your protagonist spends the entire course of the film running from Alan Rickman. That makes it a Harry Potter movie.
So I will say that it's not a Christmas movie, but it is a Christmas tradition. That's because to be a Christmas movie, it has to be about Christmas. However, it takes place at Christmas, and it has become a tradition to watch it at Christmas time.
What about you, Rob?
It is a movie that is traditional and Christmas.
How's that fence feel between your cheeks there, buddy?
Good job ending controversy, everybody.
Well, no, seriously, it's like I've heard this argument going on for years and years and years, and I find it very amusing. And I think it was somebody recently, I think it was Stephen Colbert, asked Barack Obama, "Is it a Christmas movie?" And Barack Obama's like, "No, It's a Wonderful Life is a Christmas movie." And I guess if what you mean by a Christmas movie is it's a feel-good thing you want to watch with your kids, then no, Die Hard's not a Christmas movie. But I always think of it as a Christmas movie because, like Michael said, both first one and second one happen at Christmas, and it's completely fundamental to the plot that it's Christmas. So it's like Gremlins is a Christmas movie to me as well, but I wouldn't watch that with my kids at Christmas either.
Batman Returns is also a Christmas movie by the same logic.
Right. Well, I never saw that one.
It takes place at Christmas.
But is Christmas fundamental to the story?
I guess though that
Actually, yeah. I don't know about fundamental, but yeah. I mean, a lot of what happens in the movie centers around Christmas. A lot of the action, like the bats in the Christmas tree and all that stuff.
Yeah, but that's not. I guess that I guess answer the question more sincerely is that I would think that I would think to classify a Christmas movie as a movie which is something about Christmas or the Christmas spirit, not that the Christmas season exists with the movie. So even if like for Gremlins, for example, that Christmas is because the gremlin was a gift, right? So this is a central part of it, but the movie isn't about Christmas. It's about the gremlins, right? And Christmas is just a vehicle for getting the gift to the kid, right? It could have just as easily, been any other holiday where you give gifts.
But it wasn't. Could have been, but it wasn't.
Right, but what my point is that means that Christmas isn't the actual topic of the movie, which is different than like A Wonderful Life, where like the whole idea.
If Mogwai was given as an Easter
an Easter bunny duck, yeah,
it would be an Easter movie.
No, wouldn't. It would still be a Christmas movie. A lot of people like, yeah, no.
By Sister Danger's logic, John McClane is very sad that he's not with his family, and he wants to get back with his ex-wife because it's Christmas time. And the whole movie is about him getting back with his family.
Wait, what movie is this?
Die Hard.
Die Hard.
Oh, well, I've only seen Die Hard like once actually, and I was just quoting a meme on the internet when I said that thing about Harry Potter because there's like two things I remember. One, Alan Rickman is hot as always, and two, the guy who is the main actor annoys me, and I can't remember his name, but he's bald
Bruce
now.
Willis.
Yeah, him.
Bruce Willis. But It's a Wonderful Life isn't by necessity a Christmas movie. Like, it doesn't have to take place at Christmas.
And it didn't come out at Christmas time when it came out either.
Yeah, I mean, the message behind it has nothing to do about Christmas. It's about what the world would be like if you were to die, if you weren't here,
Right.
or if you were never born. It's not a Christmas message. It's not about Christmas. It just happens to take place at Christmas.
I would kind of disagree with that a little.
Yeah, no.
I think that your point is valid, but I don't think that I don't.
I think It's a Wonderful Life is considered a Christmas movie because for like 25 years they reran it every year at Christmas time. That's why.
In the movie Die Hard, he writes on one of the dead bad guys on his shirt, "Ho ho ho! Now I have a gun."
Now I have a machine gun to be exact.
Yeah. Now I have a machine gun. Ho ho ho!
I'm gonna. You know what?
so
I'm gonna put ho 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 before everything I say until the end of the month and call it the Christmas spirit, right? Like ho ho ho, motherfucker! Like,
So that means either it's a Christmas movie or it's about Jolly Green Giant.
Well, I'm not really sure that we've come to a consensus about Die Hard. I mean, Christmas movie, yay or nay? Yay, all hands? Yay? I guess that's 3.5. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I love that movie, by the way. Even though I've seen it so many times, I could literally recite it.
I missed it yesterday.
We've got another 5 minutes. Are there any movies that you can actually recite? I can recite Life of Brian. I can recite Trading Places. I can recite the Rocky Horror Picture Show, just to name a few.
The Breakfast Club, from opening credits to ending credits.
Same.
Same. Also, Monty Python and Holy Grail. This is Spinal Tap. The original trilogy of Star Wars. Independence Day. Bill Paxton and the Independence Day. Because those are those movies that if they're on and I'm not busy, I watch them.
Sure.
I've seen Spinal Tap at least 20 times.
There's loads of movies I can recite.
Better Off Dead and One Crazy Summer.
I could do The Princess Bride.
Yeah,
Probably not word for word, but a huge, enormous portion, more than most people could probably do, of Monty Python's Holy Grail. I can probably do, if I were to refresh my memory, because it's been many, many years since I watched it, if I were to watch it once through and then watch it again, just to have refreshed my memory, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, probably Gladiator, definitely Tombstone. I've seen that movie like about a bajillion times. But yeah, I think that those probably top my list for movies that I can just word for word, and it's like I don't even have to be watching them a lot of times. I can, as long as I'm within earshot of the soundtrack, I can follow the movie in my head. So
one movie that I couldn't recite off the top of my head, but in context, if it was on, I could predict each line.
Yeah.
Heartbreak Ridge.
I'm such a movie geek. I can recite so many movies. It's not even funny. I watched Dirty Rotten Scoundrels with my gal the other day, and I literally anticipated every line in the movie. It must have been so fucking annoying. I'm really glad she loves me.
One that I want to memorize, actually, which might sound strange, but one movie that I would like to memorize, or at least have the argument scene memorized, is Lion in Winter, which I kind of think of that as a Christmas movie that's not a Christmas movie. But that movie is pretty brilliant with its lines. So I don't know.
One movie that I couldn't do this with the whole movie, but I could do it with one character's part. The Joker in the Dark Knight. I've watched those scenes over so many times now that I know the Joker's dialogue verbatim.
What about you, Michael? Have you got any?
I detest watching a movie more than once every 5 years. I get really bored when I can predict what's about to happen. So I'm constantly watching new things. The closest that I come to what you guys are talking about would be either The Princess Bride or Kindergarten Cop.
I don't know. What else? What else do I know by heart?
Am I the only one that like despises animation made for adults?
You mean like Animaniacs?
It depends.
Like South Park, Family Guy, The Simpsons, Lower Decks.
I used to like The Simpsons.
I like a lot of South Park. I like Family Guy, but I haven't seen all of it. I haven't seen all of American Dad, but I like the ones I've got. You know what I mean? I like Big Mouth, which is hilarious. I think on Netflix.
Peach loves Big Mouth. Oh, I hate it. She watches it, and I'm like, I'm gone. I'm hiding. I'm like,
And
have you guys seen that Seth Rogen animated film called Sausage Party?
oh, geez.
No. But I know what a sausage party is.
It's hilarious. You're right. It's about these the food in the grocery store in the supermarket can't wait to be bought because they think they're going to basically food heaven. They don't really realize that they're going to all be chopped up and eaten, and they get that's their fate. And they try to escape, and it's fucking hilarious.
who are you kidding? They're going someplace great, and you know it. That's why nobody ever comes back.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if that's how you know that heaven can't be that awesome, because actually nobody's really dying to get in. There's
So I will agree with Bob about Family Guy and The Simpsons. Those two in particular, I don't like because there's a joke set up. It's just a non sequitur. They'll say something about the 70s or 80s and then flash back to a scene in the 70s or 80s, then come back to the main story. And it's never funny. But people who are of a certain age range, their nostalgia kicks in and they'll laugh. But once that joke setup got explained to me, just the non sequitur that just gets inserted.
Oh, a Family Guy, yeah.
To be funny for me every time I see it now. And those, the Simpsons and the Family Guy show, they do it through the whole episode.
I've never seen Family Guy.
I can watch like at first, you know what I mean? Like Simpsons for a little while. I was like, okay, but then the novelty is gone. And it's just like why it's the same thing. That's and then everybody that came after too. It's the same jokes, and it's funny is because that became one of the jokes. Is that it's the same joke. Simpsons did it.
I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, they were talking about canceling The Simpsons like around season 13, and now we're up around like season 30 or close to it. And it's like, I watched it a couple years back. I started watching it because I hadn't seen it in like 10 years, and so I watched like 2 seasons, and it was okay. But then again, like you said, it starts recycling the same jokes over and over, and I'm just like, yeah, I saw this joke last season.
Well, I mean, somebody had mentioned that I should watch Clone Wars. So it's the best Star Wars that's available, and it's animation, and
Oh, that's too bad.
What about Archer? Does Archer count as an adult cartoon?
I'll watch the Disney cartoon movies and stuff with my kids and not have a problem with it. But like animation that's aimed towards adults grates on me. A lot of time, I mean, and I don't know because I didn't watch the Star Wars ones. All I know is that everything else I've seen that is animation that's aimed at adults, it's mindless.
Well, what about the stuff that's aimed at both? Like, for example, Despicable Me or Toy Story or some shit like that.
I get a kick out of like the Toy Story and that kind of stuff because it's kind of aimed at both. It's really for kids, but they sneak a lot of the adult humor in there.
They sneak a lot of stuff in there.
That I get a kick out of.
What about the Incredibles?
I've never seen Despicable. I mean, not. I like Despicable Me. I like at least The Incredibles 1 because I don't think I've ever seen Incredibles 2, and I've never
Very
seen
good.
Toy Story. I don't think
Yeah. I
so.
like this Incredibles.
Toy Story you should watch. Toy Story's good. All of them are good.
Yeah, they're all good.
I liked Zootopia.
The third one or the fourth one, I don't know. One of them is a tearjerker. The third one's a tearjerker. Toy
Holy
Story.
crap! How many are there?
There's four. Yeah,
Well,
there's four. Yeah,
yeah,
three sure will make it cry.
Yeah, Rob, have
Um,
you seen Incredibles?
The Incredibles. I don't know if I've seen the whole thing through. I get a kick out of certain things though. What I know of it, like the mom's shape, and it's just like really.
What's wrong with her shape?
Oh, she's got very wide hips.
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing. It's just that it's a child's cartoon, and she's very shapely.
Well, that's the thing. It's one of those. This is one of those dual purpose movies. It's a movie aimed at both. So that's there for the adults. But also the fact that she has wide hips is also because she's not like in traditional superheroes. Very often the women are very like super slender. And so they made her more like a real 40-year-old woman.
Yeah, come on. When she was Elastigirl before she had her kids, her hips weren't as wide, and then after she had her kids, oh look, she's filled out. I mean, that's.
She can't be Wonder Woman. She's a mom.
Yeah. Listen, I think this is a really good place to end the broadcast. So I want to thank everybody in the audience for putting up with us for 4 hours. You guys have been fantastic, and especially to those who choose to comment. Thank you for your participation, and to all of you on the screen, the usual accolades and kudos. All right. I'll see you guys after the show. In the meantime,